Good morning, everybody. We will start our manufacturing session after 5 minutes. So all are requested to take their seats. Good morning. Now we are going to start the first manufacturers session. Chairman of this session is Sri Praveen Kumar. He is CGM Projects ISP. And rapporteur of the session is Mr. P.A. Anis. He is the AGM Flat Rolling and Tribology Group of SAIL-ISP Ranchi. So I request Praveen Kumar sir and Anis to come to the dais.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. I request Anis to start.
projects, marketing and ERP departments. And he has been promoted to, he has joined ISP projects in 2022. As such, he is a very versatile personality with a lot of interest in different areas. So we will begin the presentation right now, and each presenter will be getting around 20 minutes. And we will be having a Q&A session after that. It will be for just 2-3 minutes. So over to you, sir.
No, I was just thinking that there is an aspect of the manufacturers which is very important for any industry. An integrated steel plant, there are various shops. Particularly more so, their role is very important in the rolling mills. And these are the people who invest in research and try to bring the products which cuts our downtime. And finally, we gain by increasing our margins. Let's see how it goes. And I will request the audience to keep their questions ready and also give the feedback, if any, regarding their projects when the session is over, which shall help them to deliver better products for us.
So the first presentation will be from W. Hunger Hydraulics India Private Limited. Please. Yeah.
Hello, good morning everyone. I hope everybody can concentrate in the morning after such a beautiful evening. So, good morning again, and thank you SAIL-ISP for organizing this gathering and giving us this opportunity. So, Hunger, we are a part of Hunger India, and Hunger is a German group, and the story of Hunger started. We will just give you a brief about our history, and then we will shift to our products and then guide you through the solutions that we have for the steel mills. So 1945 was the foundation of our company when our founder, Dr. Walter Hunger, after the Second World War, in which he also actively participated, came back to Guntersdorf, Saxony, in the eastern side of Germany, and bought a forge shop. So you can see the foundation of our company is starting with a forging or steel. He started developing agricultural tools, then he made repair horseshoes, horse-driven carts, and then slowly went to utilizing the landing gears of aircrafts to manufacturing tipping solutions. This is how, through the history, our company has evolved, starting from that forging shop in 1945. Then, within a span of 5 years, Dr. Walter Hunger, our founder, developed this company for tipper trucks. And within 5 years, he had around 1,000 employees. Unfortunately, between 1950 and 1958, a lot of bureaucratic changes happened in Germany, so he had to leave the Frankenberg factory and then start again in 1958 with our main cylinder manufacturing company, which is in Lohr, 110 kilometers south of Frankfurt. And then slowly, Hunger grew and started putting its footprint all around the globe. So if we look around the globe, these are all our plants and offices along with our partner companies. Yeah, so these are the major sectors where we provide our technology solutions, but today's focus is on steel mill applications, so we will focus on that. So for the steel industry, what are our solutions? We start with our major product is the hydraulic cylinders, which comes from our Hunger hydraulic plant in Germany, as well as Hunger India. For seals, we have our mother company in Germany for Hunger Dichtungen, and also Hunga India is manufacturing seals close to 100 profiles. Now, to focus on cylinders, what are the solutions we have, starting from the blast furnace or the furnace area, furnace tilting cylinders, door lifting, even door clamping, cylinders with position transducer, MTS. This was a cylinder that we have developed for JSW Dolvi, furnace tilting. We also have solutions for electrode regulating cylinders. We not only manufacture cylinders in India, but we also provide repair services. So this is one of the repairs we have done for Tata Steel plant. This is a new cylinder we provided to JSW Dolvi. We also have solutions for ladle turrets, not only the ladle turret main cylinder, other allied cylinders, and with it the rotary actuator, rotary joints. This was a cylinders or a group of cylinders which we have supplied to AMNS for their new plant through Danieli. These are again some ladle turret cylinders that we have repaired in the recent past. The left hand side is for Tata Steel and right hand side is for JSW Dolvi. We also have the solutions for hydraulic gauge control as well as roll force, and with different kind of attachments like position sensors, anti-rotation devices, spherical bearings, hydraulic control blocks. We provide for work roll changing cylinders. From Germany, we have provided maximum up to 12.5 meter stroke length, but in India, we have the capacity up to 7.5 meters. This is the cylinder which we had provided to JSW again, around 6.1 meter. We also have solutions for mandrel expansion cylinders for the coiler region. And these are some of the special and standard cylinders, including the TOCB type water-cooled cylinders or cylinders having ports through the trunnions. And now coming to the rolling mill areas like WRM, CRM, TSCR and CSP, these are some of the cylinders that we have provided in the recent past, so we'll just quickly glance through them. The top one is still in our plant as of today. On Monday, it is getting dispatched for Tata Steel Jamshedpur. This for a special bar mill of SAIL VSP, Visakhapatnam Steel Plant. And these are various cylinders that we have provided in the recent past for different applications for different steel plants in India. This in particular is a cylinder that we have provided to ISCO. Now coming to the seals, these are all our major profiles, and the red highlighting points shows these are the profiles that we manufacture in India. So Hunga has not only manufactured or been manufacturing ISO profile seals which are manufactured by all other companies, but we also have our own patented profiles. So how are we different when we say that we have our own patented profiles? So usually in the ISO norm, which is on the top, there is a combination of wiper and then two seals and guide rings. And we have converted the two seal concept to one seal, which is we called as TDI. So with that, and the lower arrangement is our philosophy of arranging seals. What are the benefits you get out of this? So no extrusion gap because you back up the seal with the guide ring. You have to maintain only one seal. So two seal, you don't have to block your capital or maintain a bill of material list always. So with one seal, the friction gets reduced, and with friction, heat gets reduced, so wear is also getting reduced. And you also can compact this, the cylinder so that the space is getting reduced. Now, there are certain cylinders where media has to be separated. One side may be hydrogen or grease or some other, and then on another side it could be oil. So instead of going for ISO standard two-lip seals, we have our own seal of TDMI, which can be a unibody seal and separate the medias on two sides. And with this also you get direct backup, so no extrusion, one seal, and then reduce space. Now, the left-hand side shows an ISO profile guide strip or wear ring, and the right-hand side is our own patented guide ring. So, if you look at the left side, the maximum height of the guide rings are in the range of 1.5 mm to 4 mm, if we consider size of 10 to 1000 mm. And what is the gap, S gap, on the right side which is showed? That is the metal to metal space, or S, which is given in most of our SEAL company catalogs. The S space is 0.2 mm to 1 mm in ISO profile. But when we shift to Hunger profiles, the seal height or the guide ring height is in the range of 3 mm to 6 mm. And the metal to metal gap, which is the main differentiating factor, is 1.5 mm to 3 mm. So thereby we reduce the chances of having metal to metal contact. For the piston arrangement, the top one shows the ISO arrangement, which is as per ISO 7425. So there you have, again, the small gap sizes, which enhances the chances of getting metal to metal contact. Because of the profile, you have to chamber it, so you have to space out the guide rings. Then you have to maintain different articles, so number of guide rings or seals are getting more. And so this is the ISO profile. But then we shift to the Hunger, which is our GD1000K, the main compact seal. Again, you have to maintain only one seal. It's a compact seal. Maximum gap size, you don't have to think about chambering, but in different application, we can also have chambered solution. And metal to metal gaps are also minimized or extended so that you have no metal to metal contact. And these are non-standard because it's our own profile. Now, even in the same profile or the same design, we have differentiating factors. So the bottom chart shows the different solutions which we have for guide rings. Say on the left-hand side, and the middle photo is of our GD1000K, which we just discussed in the previous slide. And you can see different colors. So one is a brown color on the left side, and another one is a blue color. The blue is our own patented material, which is Edge Glide, which can have more compressive strength. So the standard one, the brown one, can have 78 MPa, and the blue one can go to 140 MPa. And we also have solutions, which is the latest one, H-Tex. With that, we can go up to 340 MPa. Even we have the same solutions for the rod side. Now, we provide this technical service not only to steel mills, also to the cylinder manufacturers who provide their cylinders to the OEMs as well as the steel mills. And this is how we provide them solutions in terms of pressure ratings. Say for 360 bar, we have solutions for the rod side and the piston side. Then we go up to 450 bar, some more solutions, 630 bar, some different solutions, and we can go up to maximum, as of date, up to 2000 bar. So this is how we step in and provide solution, as sir mentioned, to maintain and keep the plant running. Say, for example, you have a cylinder which is giving you trouble. There are seal issues, maybe scoring marks frequently, and then we step in as a solution partner. We study the issues, discuss more with you to understand the problems, and then provide our ISO standard solutions which fits into the same groove which you have. And then if you are satisfied with our sealing solution, then we may convince you to go for our own patented design, which is readily available. This is an example of how we work in close cooperation. On the left-hand side is a cylinder for a steel pipe manufacturing unit. It's called the MTC cylinder, where the customer was using V-packing cylinder, and they were running the cylinder at less than 0.5 meters per second, because V-packing you cannot run faster. But they wanted to increase their productivity and also reduce friction. So we developed a solution for them with our seal, which is called TROI, which can run up to 1.5 meter per second. For this, the customer didn't have to change any groove. Then again, in the same production line, there was one particular cylinder which was having frequent machine issue because metal spatters were falling. So for that, we also provided an additional head. On the top chart, you can see there is a special wiper with metal housing. We call it the ice wiper. And then the outward facing rod seal that is of material polyurethane H, which is our material, and polyethylene ultra high molecular weight. These are some of the new wipers on the top we have developed. The AIOD, whenever the cylinder actuates during the outside and inward movement, the wiper usually moves and that creates a cavity or open path for material or dirt to ingress into the system and destroy the sealing inside the cylinder. So with an OD in the face of the wiper, you can eliminate that gap. This seal was developed for metal scrap industry, but it is useful for a lot other application. AISF is for vertical cylinders. Whenever you have stroke lengths more than 10 to 15,000 mm to 2000 mm, after the full extension, there is a slight deflection, and that opens again a path for dirt to ingress. So this fits in the same ISO profile of wipers, but the top portion deflects with the deflecting rod, and the back portion stays in the cavity. Then TROI and TROA, which we just discussed a few slides back, is the high-speed sealing solutions up to 1.5 meters per second. TROI is for the rod and TROA is for the piston. Then GD1000KS is a compact, much more compact version of our standard piston seal. And OBVD and OBVD2X is our static seal, which is embedded with the backup ring. So it comes in a glued version, one side backup and both side backup. So how rod seal solutions we develop? On the left and bottom side is a standard U-cup seal. You can see the red portion showing the friction. And on the right hand side is our TROI, which is high speed solution up to 1.5 meters per second. There you can see the red marks showing much less or reduced friction. So thereby you can increase the seal life because wear is less with friction, so the heat is less, and you can have larger or longer cylinder life. These are some of the solutions which we also have from a different company of ours, Hunger Maschinen, but this shows the seals which we use for the rotary actuators. This one is also a product of our Hunger Maschinen company, which is a rotary joint, and we also have sealing solution for this kind of products. Now, so this is another company of ours, a group company which manufactures quite other products, starting from rotary actuators, rotary distributors, power packs, rod and spherical bearings, and some special valves like the pre-fill valves and big dia valves. Sir, excuse me, sir, PDF please.
There is another PDF file.
Yes, sir.
He is aware, no?
Yes, sir. Yeah, thank you. Will this move? Can't open something. Yeah, so I'll just skip this part. So these are the products that this company manufactures: rotary distributor, valves, actuators, some also special cylinders, spherical bearings and rod ends, and some special components like piston accumulator. So we will just quickly show you some of the photographs of the solutions which we have in terms of rotary distributor. Specifically for the steel mills, we have the solution for ladle turrets and continuous caster. There are two types of solutions for rotary distributor. One is the contact version with the seals, and another version is a seal-less design. They have different application parameters, so we provide the solutions accordingly. This is for a blast furnace application. So you can see the fluid types, like it can separate hydraulic oil, nitrogen, pressurized air, water. We have another one which is very popular in Tata Steel. All the Tata Steel plants have our rotary distributors working in their furnaces, casters. So this is up to 400 bar, 14-channel rotary distributor, which separates mineral oil, acid, ester, argon, grease, and pressurized air. So we have different sealing and different grooves so that these medias are not mixing. This is another ladle turret rotary distributor which we provided to Jindal, Angul. It's a 26 channel. The largest one which we have manufactured is up to 44 channels. This is another one, the same kind of solution but with Ceraplate coating on the stator, or rather the rotor, the internal part. Some more rotary distributors. We also provide the repair service for the rotary distributors, not only in Germany but also in India. So this is how a typical rotary distributor comes back to us after the service life, and then on the right hand side, after repair, how the internal part looks like. Then we focus on the valves. We have different valves, but mostly for the press application. Different rotary actuators that we provide for steel mill. It's the coil turning system and the turn dish tilter. So this is how the typical cross section of the rotary actuator looks like. So this is a double piston. We also have the single piston capability. So these are some of the actual rotary actuators. This one is with the position sensor. This one is with 792 degrees. This was developed for Volvo.
Yes, sorry to interrupt you. You are almost reaching your time limit.
Okay. We are also at the end.
Yeah, that's good.
So these are for special food industry with stainless steel. Some more nice looking rotary actuators. This one is for a special customer of ours, NASA, for around 13,530 Newton meter of torque with position transducer. A smaller one. So plain and spherical bearings and rod ends. We also manufacture bearings and with steel to steel, metal to metal, and the sealing is also from us because we have our own sealing company. So we can give you different solutions because of the application parameters you have. We are also into rod ends, plain bushings. So these are the different sealings we have. So we had a project called the Oyster project in UK for which we developed a special sealing for the bearing. This is for the oil industry, for oil drilling rigs. And these are some of the special components which we manufacture, different type of cylinders, balancing units, manifolds, pressure transducers, then furnace tilting cylinder with manifold, pressure intensifier. So, sir, the PPT again, please. Just last few slides. Yeah. So now from Hunga India, these are the solutions or support which we provide to all our customers in India. We manufacture seals, as we already said. We also keep a stock of the seals and bearing elements. For most of the steel industries and even secondary steel plants, we have annual rate contracts for seal kits. We maintain the stock. So whenever they have a requirement, within few hours, maybe a day or two, we can sell the seal kits. We have distribution network all throughout the country. We manufacture cylinders in India, and this gives a range from 440 bore up to 500 mm. But we are keeping on extending that limit year on year, and we can manufacture cylinders up to 7.5 meters. Same dimensions for repair as well.
Either way, you are going to share the presentation. I think you wrap it up.
Okay.
Pick up the question.
Right. These are the different standards. This is the repair service which we do for different steel mills, and this is a typical report which we provide. So this is all. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah, now we are open for Q&A.
Whatever activities you show, everything is done in this your Kolkata work.
No, not all. Just the few slides back. Like cylinder manufacturing, seals, cylinder repair. These are our activity in India. and rest is all the technology or support which we get from our German plant.
About the oil separators,
Right.
you are repairing that also.
We can repair. We repair.
In India,
Yes, absolutely.
Actually, I had a question.
Yes, sir.
One of the fundamental documents based on which we do our thing is acceptable make list of CT.
Right.
Are you figuring that? You are not.
We are trying to get into that area because,
Because see, for all our projects, you need to be there.
right, sir.
And there is a process where it is updated. It is
Hello.
updated
Right.
SAIL-wide at least I think twice yearly.
Right, sir.
You should go and register there.
Absolutely, sir. Given a chance, we would definitely do that.
See, what happens is then you become available to the entire SAIL fraternity.
Right, sir. We have done that activity in Visakhapatnam steel plant, but we want to do it here as well.
So you please do that.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you. So, if
Any
there
more
are no
questions?
more questions. AGC cylinder, it's a very good question, sir. Thank you for asking. It's the right moment to answer this because we are already in discussion with two of the steel OEMs and one steel plant. So maybe by the end of this year, we will be manufacturing because we have also ordered machines from Doosan, Korea. By August or September, we will have those machines. So end of the year, yes, we will start manufacturing. In India. But in Hunger KG or Hunger Germany, it's a regular product for several decades. And by the way, it's the 18th year of our company, so we are very happy for that. And also, we are celebrating the 100th year of our founder, Dr. Walter Hunger, this year. So,
Okay, that's great. That's great.
thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you for such a wonderful presentation. Moving on. Next, we have a presentation from Kimberly Clark.
Hello, hello. Should we start? Yes. First of all, thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you for the RMOC operating committee to give us the opportunity to present us in front of everyone. And honestly, it was a great learning session for all of us, basically. So before we start, next slide, please. Okay. So as a Kimberly Clark professional, we are almost 150 years old company, US MNC, and we are operating in India almost more than 26 years, basically. So Kimberly Clark Professional is a global portfolio, and Kimberly Clark India is our forte. So we are present in almost 174 countries globally, and here are some brands of global presence like Vipol, Kleenex, Huggies. Basically, Huggies is our B2C brand, and for the industrial segment, we are having the Vipol brand. So, like every company, our company has a motto, like we provide a better care for a better world. So it is defined by four segments, four pillars, I say, like the better products, the better workplace, the better society, and the better planet. So how we explain that? So that is a major thing. So I'll explain it, basically. So here are the sustainability goals, basically. So our company, as a Kimberly Clark, we are operating in each and every segments, like in automobile, in food, in pharma, in steel plants, in aviations, everywhere we are operating, basically. And our main focus is to make the process sustainable and efficient. So before start with that kind of a solution, I would like to explain our company's sustainability goals, that we have already reduced 41% carbon footprint from scope 1 and scope 2. And we're focused on the water footprint reduction, plastic footprint reduction, and along with the natural forest fiber footprint reduction globally. So here is a circular economy that each and every manufacturing segment, basically we're having more than 50 manufacturing units globally, so majorly in US. So our each and every manufacturing segment, manufacturing units having a zero waste manufacturing plant, basically. So that is only one paper manufacturing company in the world who is having the zero waste facilities. So we are providing the circular economy, like we always say, like use less and waste less. So it is our major focus, and we're introducing some major innovative technologies for that, like Octa technologies, absorbency. So basically, all of our products are very much focused on the absorbency part. So how it is more absorbency part, so I'll explain that. So in our company, we are assessing the material for the production in 3 tiers, like tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. So for the tier 1 part, we're focusing on the greenhouse gas emissions, water management, responsible sourcing, business ethics, and all. For tier 2, we're focused on the resilience, waste management, energy management, and for the tier 3, we're focused on the labor rights, product access, and affordability. And here are some awards and recognitions from our company. So what we do basically, so like SAIL is already focused on the scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3 emissions, right? So for each and every registered company has to declare their emissions, how many tons of or how many kilos of emissions they are producing from their plant in their sustainability report. So most of the companies are very much focused on the scope 1 and scope 2 emissions, but there is a chance of scope 3 emissions. There are total 15 categories which included the scope 3 emissions basically. In that, the waste generation in operation is one of the category we are focused in. So in our continuous journey of improvement, initially our total, all of the packaging was made up of 100% virgin fibers. Now we're taking almost 30% recycled plastic to make our packaging. Secondly, we're going to explore the FSC certification for us to confirm the sustainable supply, sustainable source of supply for the products. One of our product was made up of almost 80% cellulose and 18 to 20% polypropylene. So when we talk about the sustainability, we're at the improvement stage of reducing 18% to 14% of polypropylene, basically. So the main focus is to reduction of operational waste. So most of the companies are using old cotton rags in their plant for wiping off oil, grease, everything, right? So we need to understand that kind of material is coming from where actually. That is a unhygienic source. Like there are few points I would like to mention over here. First of all, the unhygienic source. You don't know where the material is coming, the old cotton cloth or rags. The inconsistent absorbency, the safety hazard, and the storage and handling and the fire hazard also, and the high lead generation. Like the waste cotton cloths are responsible for releasing threads. Like when you are working in a maintenance segment and the threads is getting stuck in your bearings or like in your gearbox, so that would not be acceptable for every companies, right? So company should have that much focus to that particular operation. The operation should be efficient with higher absorbency of oil and grease. So we are providing solution for that. We have made the solutions in 3 segments. Like we have differentiated the issues in 3 segments, like the power clean, critical, and general clean. So for every steel industries, we focused on the power clean segment. The Power Clean is basically a product which absorbs the oil and grease, basically, which absorbs and wipe the two-in-one operations. Here are 4 products in this category. That is the Wipol X60, Wipol X70, Wipol X80, and L40. So the X indicates the extended use of a product. And the 60, 70, 80 is the GSM variations, and along with the technology variation. So all of us can understand that this is a wiping cloth. So where is the technology? So obviously there is a technology behind it, and these all wiping cloths are made up of 2-3 major technologies. One of them is hydronic technology, right? Like it is made up of high pressure water jet. It's responsible to release the pores, to make the pores of the wiping cloth bigger, so that absorbency can be more for that. Like there is another technology is double recreep technology. So all the technologies for Kimberly-Clark are patented globally. So why we are suggesting Wipol X series? The X series having the super absorbency, like it's almost 4 gram per 4 by 4 inch of a paper. It has the safety. It's having the it is reducing the sustainable operation. Like how it is sustainable? Like if you are using almost 1000 kg of rags, so that can be convertible within almost 100 to 200 kg of wipers. So 1000 kg of rags if you are using, and if you are converting that into 100 to 200 kgs, so obviously you are going to generate a very lesser, almost 70-80% lesser waste for your plant. So that introducing you to a lesser scope 3 emissions as well, along with the carbon footprint reduction. So we always say that total cost matters. From scope 3 is nothing but what you buy, what you use, and what you dispose. The total cost involved in this process, and from transportation to the waste transportation part. Now the disposal methods. So previously there are 2 types of disposal basically. That was incineration and landfill. So now CPCB has decided to not to make a landfill part. So all the hazardous waste has to be incinerated, basically. So as per our trials and feedback from the customers, so from distribution to customer, our greenhouse gas emissions 69% lesser per kilometer are consumed. For the incineration part, almost 80% less residue generated through Wipol. So here is one of our product, that is Wipol X70. And it's having the 2-3 major certifications, like it is having TAC-BAC certification, it is available in different colors, it is like blue and white, and it is having a different format also, sheet and roll format, for the ease of the applications. And presently we are supplying it to SAIL-ISP also. So I'll be very focused in this discussion that for SAIL, initially we have chosen the WRM section. So there are all the mills where the major rags is being used. That is we have selected, like wire rod mill, DUSM, and ball mill, bar mill, power plant, and mechanical workshop. So in WRM, we have made a trial and validation, and we're providing the solution in these particular areas, like bearing, like shaft, like gearbox. So where, like, if you're using cotton rags, like threads from the cotton rags are really a threat to the company, because this machine runs at a very high temperature. So if any kind of threads are present in the machine, so that can produce a fire from that. And along with that, safety is also a concern, because the rags are having very sharp edges in it, and you need to segregate the sharp edges part, and you need to use the process. So it's also using the motion cost to the operators also. So to summarize this presentation at a very short note, that is, we are very much focused on 3 things. That is a sustainable solution, and the waste reduction, and the safety. These 3 main part we are working on. Here are some esteemed customers of ours, and we're working with Tata Steel also. With the Tata Group, we are having a ARC, Like we are supplying in Indian Railways, Indian Navy, and some major automobile segments as well. So this is not a project. This is you can say the revolution for these companies, because we provide the solution to get out of the conventional methods of using. So we have to understand that what is the future. In future, when people are talking about the sustainability, people are talking about the waste reduction, then what is the solution for that? We need to get out of that. So here's the solution for that. So if there are any question, I would love to answer. Thank you.
So I would like to add, we are not only limited to steel industry. So any industry, be it food, pharma, automobile, any gear manufacturing, or any cylinder manufacturing industry, whoever uses cotton waste, rags, dhoti kapda, chindi kapda, can be our customer, and we can help those customers from shifting from rags to Kimberly-Clark Wipol products. So we have products which can be like from entry to end, we can be of use to them. Thank you.
Actually, let the audience.
Yeah, we are open for Q&A.
How many times that material can be reused? Once it is absorbing the oil and all those things, how many times it can be reused?
Sir, what we say is basically, for example, if it comes in a sheet format, flat sheet, so it can be used 8 times on an average, like you can be used in a quarter fold format. So as a global study, so if we take a cloth, like if I take this paper, if I use it like this and if I try to wipe it, we are just using the smaller portion. So, and every other part is basically getting wasted. So what we say is basically just fold it, which gets fit into your palm side, because whatever fits into palm side is only getting used. So this can be used 8 times. You can just use 4 sides and then reverse it and again 4 times. And if you think that so we just give you in writing, but if we say like it is not getting dirt, you can just reuse in your non-critical area. After using it in your critical area, you can use it in your non-critical area to make it an optimum utilization, to get the ROI of the product, whatever you are buying from Kimberly-Clark. So you'll get the full ROI of that product.
Thank you.
And additionally, it varies the GSM part. Basically, there are a few segments of GSMs. Like it starts from the 80 GSM to almost 120 GSM, 130 GSM of product. So different GSM along with the different technologies are there actually to absorbing the. Basically, it uses based on the application part, right? If you have the very lower oil consumption, so then you can use the X70. Like if you are having the very higher oil, higher grease consumption, then you can use the X80. So here's the difference.
So basically it depends on your application, whether you want an absorbency application or the wiping application, we do have the products.
Okay. Sure. Thank you.
So just a very simple question. What I got from your presentation is that you are using the same material, like waste rags and that the material is the same which we are using as the base material.
No.
Manufacturing this
No.
kind of a thing.
So our material is basically made up of cellulose and PP.
That's the material with cotton and
No. So whatever rags you get, it's not only cotton. You can get it mixed. Maybe it's nylon, maybe it's silk, maybe it's innerwear, outers. Every kind of cloth comes to the industry. Very few companies or very rare companies uses proper pure cotton cloth, which we call it as a banyan cloth. That is a cotton cloth actually. But, huh.
what I got from the presentation is that whatever the banyan cloth, because we are mainly into your oil and grease. We have to clean that one only. So whatever absorption is by that banyan cloth and your Kimberly-Clark, your absorption this material, you will give the same absorption.
So no, sir.
No.
You will get almost 2 to 3 times more absorption pattern. If you take the cotton cloth as a base level 0, so you will get that our base product will start from the multiply by 4 in terms of absorption.
Once you use the thing, it's absorbing the grease and the oil, it's finished. So the same thing will happen to your product also.
Sir, the thing is ki, say suppose if you want to absorb of 1 liter of oil, right, and you need almost say suppose 5 kilos of dhoti kapda. At the same time, 5 kilos of dhoti kapda, if I give you the 1 kilo of wipers with the same application, same operation, what is happened? The total waste of after the absorption, the waste is getting hazardous waste. For dhoti kapda, the waste would be around 5.5 to 6 kilos, right? For the 5 kilos of using. For the wiper, you will get almost 1.5 kilos for the same application because of the higher.
So what we say is basically if you're using 5 kgs of cotton waste, you may end up using 1.5 kgs of Kimberly-Clark wipes only. Our wipes are basically around 6 to 7 grams only. Whereas any
excuse
cotton.
me, I just want, probably the aspect which is not getting appreciated here is that the volume requirement for your product will be 5 times lesser.
Yes, sir. Yes.
And then taking, say, now carbon footprint is going to play a role even in selling of steel. Like government is imposing this, but there the question will be what kind of impact does this have on our carbon footprint?
So I'll say.
As a percentage share.
So if you burn 1 kg of cotton waste and if you burn 1 kg of Kimberly-Clark wipes, you generate 80% less carbon.
So I think these were your 3 moot points. One is safety, one is the sustenance,
Sustainability.
and this is the way forward.
Yes, sir.
I hope your question is answered.
So
And just out of curiosity, all the institutions which are using that, what is the percentage adoption,
Sir,
conventional to your product?
adoption is like what is the percentage of usage?
No. Sir, to be very honest, we don't say or we don't commit that we will change 100% of your cotton waste rags of the entire plate. We always say that we will focus only on the critical areas. Because we are also.
This is one area where
Yes, because we know that we cannot change the entire plant's usage of cotton. We majorly focus on critical area than semi-critical areas. Like for example, gearboxes, shafts you want to clean where you don't want any kind of lints, bearings. So we do have those products which actually helps you in reducing the lints and the waste, rejection ratio.
Like the railways, it is being used in the maintenance part basically, but the Bande Bharat is making.
No, basically, your products are very visible in the niche segment. You go to the hotels, tissues and all that.
Yes, sir.
Machines.
The tissue segment, people are known Kimberly-Clark for tissue segment basically, but now we are going to very much aggressively in industrial segment, and the acceptability is very good.
Yeah, it's quite informative.
Yeah.
From
So,
my perspective.
Customers are telling us, Abhishek, this is the future. So that is one of the great appreciation we got.
So like we are working with JSW also. So one of my colleagues is working with in Pan India level. So there they have said that after shifting to Kimberly-Clark, so their waste reduction has gone almost 70-80%. Overall cost has gone down. So we would request you to please visit our stall, which is just outside this auditorium, to have a feel and of our products.
Any more questions? No. So, yeah. So that was such a wonderful presentation.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
There's a very interesting coincidence here. We started with hydraulics and next moved to Kimberly-Clark, who proposed solutions to clean the mess that hydraulics create. Yeah. Next presentation is from Associated Engineers.
Good morning, all of you. I hope everybody has a very nice sleep yesterday after having a lovely evening. And respected chairperson and dignitaries from various STEAM organizations. I am Nitesh Saxena, representing Schubert & Salzer. I have been working with Schubert & Salzer for last 11 years. My company is a German-based company, and we are actually manufacturing control valves and shut-off valves. We do not manufacture the conventional valves, ball valves, butterfly valves, globe valves. We actually have developed some special and different valves, which are different than the conventional valves, and they offer various benefits and advantage compared to the conventional valves. We'll learn more about the products as we go further into the presentations. First, I would like to share the philosophy of our company. We actually don't run after the sales or business. We actually want to see the happy faces, which means we actually look for the problems in the pain area, the area where the conventional valve or some valves are not able to deliver the desired results or expectations. So we talk to the customer application, we understand applications, problems, and we develop or sometimes modify the existing designs, develop as per your requirement, which can actually optimize your process and can give you the better results. And this way we actually optimize the productivity and your complete overall process, and which can actually have a win-win association for both of us. Our company is based in Ingolstadt, which is 100 miles away from Munich. This actually city is basically famous for the world's biggest Audi plant, Audi, the automobile company. This is our head office. I'll quickly go through the presentation. This is the first type of our wall, which is called seat walls. In this, you can see the angle seat walls, which is available in various combinations, like pneumatically operated, electrically operated, piston actuator, diaphragm actuator. This is also available in a control applications, the one which you can see here, the top mounted positioners, and the plug is going up and down. We have these walls in various steel plants like JSPL Angul is using one of the angle seat wall for the oxygen shut-off application. And the control wall, the same control wall is being used on oil applications also in Rungta Mines, Chaibasa, which is nearby. They are using this wall on oil-fired in pellet plant on the burner. They are controlling the atomizing air and the oil. Then 3x2 a diverter and the mixture combination is also there. Flange wall, right angle wall is also available. I'll talk more about this wall because this wall has given a tremendous result in SAIL-ISP Burnpur WRM. Yesterday there was a presentation also from the user side on that. We'll talk more about that in coming slides. This is a patented design of Schubert and Salzer. It is basically an alternative to your conventional globe wall. This wall can be used on a gas and liquid applications. This is called sliding gate control wall. The design is as such that there are two discs. One is fixed, one is moving up and down. This wafer type designs offer so many advantages. First of all, it makes the complete assembly very, very less, very, very compact. And this is available in various combinations. Again, with the piston actuator, diaphragm actuator, top mounted positioners, which is our own positioner for cryogenic applications, for PRVs, self-acting regulators, motorized operations, electro-pneumatic operations with third-party positioners, like you can see the Siemens positioners over there. This is again a improvised version of V-notch wall, which you might have seen somewhere. This is called ball sector wall. This is again a very specialized walls for applications where you have a contaminated fluid or a media which has a high density or a tendency to solidify like slurry and all. There you can use this wall. And this wall offers so many advantages compared to a V-notch regular standard walls. It has a very high rangeability. This has also got a very special utility where you need a very high rangeability. Sometimes in a continuous casting where when you need a very low flow, and at the same time when there is a load you have a very high flow. And sometimes the same wall is not able to maintain or control both the flow, high or low. But this wall offers a rangeability of 300:1, which is maximum in the industry. And the designs are as such. I'll show you here. This part, which is basically the seal of the wall. That seal is basically so I wanted to show you that this design is as such that this yellow part and this green part is basically the seal of the wall, which is covered by the body and the ball itself. So whenever wall is moving, whether it is opening or closing, it is the seal are not getting exposed to your media. Hence, it is increasing the life of the gaskets and the seal. Hence, the life of the wall. Now, these are the walls for other applications like pharma and food. One of the wall, which is a pinch wall, can be used for slurry type of media. There we have a tube which is made of different rubber materials. And there you can use it for the media which is very very harsh and very chemically reactive to the various metals. So this actually isolates the metallic part from the media. The complete metallic part of the wall is isolated by this tube. So there is no reaction. We also have our own electronics like positioners, limit switches, and the feedback units. I would like to give you more detail about the sliding gate wall, which is the patented design of Schubert and Salzer. As I told you that there are two discs instead of a plug and a seat arrangement. We have a two disc. One is fixed, one is moving up and down. So this is how it goes up and down. And by moving this disc up and down, we actually controls the flow and pressure of your media. Here we have actually tried to show you that why it is better than a conventional globe wall. In a globe wall, you can see this is the design where you have a plug coming from the up and the media goes from below to the up. So where this media is going from below to the up, it is taking 90-degree turn. And also the plug is always in the path of your flow area. So whenever you want to move the plug up and down to control the flow pressure, you have to work against the media pressure which is coming from the down. So you need a very high force to move this plug, and then the plug is always vibrating. So it doesn't result into a very good accuracy. Instead of that, we have two discs and the flow is actually perpendicular to the disc movement. So we don't face that much force. If mathematically we calculate this force, it is actually 10 times lesser than what you have in the globe wall, which resulted into the smaller actuation, hence the lesser requirement of the pneumatic media. It is again as you are saving in the compressed air. Then we talk about the characteristics, control characteristics. So we can actually design the slots and the patterns of the disk, which actually gives you a very specific and very accurate control characteristics as per your requirement. Then this is a very special application which happens in liquid. When you have a very high differential pressure in liquids, like you have a 15 to 20 bar inlet pressure and you are actually letting it out to the atmospheric pressure or 1 or 2 bar, the liquid actually becomes vapors in the outer area of the wall, and then when it comes down at the outer area where the pressure is less, it again becomes the water. So that cavitation effects actually wear out the body of the wall because of this phenomena. This phenomena, especially in a continuous caster again, where you have a 12 to 13 bar of inlet pressure, which is actually directly going out to the atmosphere, there the wall erodes very easily because of this cavitation effect. This effect doesn't happen in our wall. Because of the design, the media comes in and it goes out through two different slots, which reduces the pressure, and also the cavitation happens, but it doesn't affect the wall body. It happens in the piping after the wall, so you can actually enlarge the pipe size and you can avoid this kind of effects. Then these are some images from the various industries of the These are the continuous casting cooling water control. We have replaced the conventional globe valves with our sliding gate valves because of the high rangeability and the quick opening times. Then I actually want to show you these applications. Some of you may not find it relatable, but I just wanted to show you that these valves can cater to a variety of applications, including gas, liquids, and all. So this is a BSC, which is an OEM. These valves are on oxygen and natural gas. Again, metal melting, size comparison. This is again, we have replaced a conventional globe valve with a sliding gate valve, cooling water control. This is again flue gas quench. These type of valves are installed in JSW Dolby also. Natural gas, air. Cooling water control, you can see the quick opening. This is a very big valve, 4-inch valve, but the opening of this valve is 1 second. So having that kind of quick, fast response for such a big valve is very good. This is rolling mill. This is a special product developed for SMS Paul Ruth Group. We have actually, as I told you, that our company believes in solving the problem. So we develop and we do R&D for our customers and develop some customized solutions specifically for the OEMs and the end users. Cooling water control, continuous casting. Cooling water control, replacing a butterfly valves for accuracy. This is a special customized design for SMS Group. We also use this ball sector valve for coke oven gas, coal powder for blast furnace, for argon purging, O2, oxygen. And as I told you that I would like to talk about this, this is the images from the SAIL-ISP Burnpur only. We supplied our angle-seated valves here, which actually resulted in significant increase in the yield, which has already been discussed yesterday. So this is the before images. These were the valves earlier, which is now been replaced by our valves like this. So the objective of making you aware of this is that whenever in your career you face any issue related to valves or in existing valves, you please let us know, contact us, and we will be happy to design and develop a specific product for your application. And we can start with the areas where you are actually facing the problems. So this was all from my side. Thank you so much for your kind attentions. Any questions?
Any questions from audience?
I was once again, what I asked Hunger, I don't find in you in acceptable make list of CT. You are there for limit switches, I guess.
No,
That
sir.
is,
No, that is
Salzer.
Salzer. That is a different company. Then yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So because what happens is during the project stage, you guys come with the OEMs. There, this acceptable make list does not conventionally apply.
Yes,
Because
sir.
you come as a component of their main unit.
Yes, sir.
But when we go into the operation and maintenance phase, it becomes an issue for us, where we need to interact with you directly, or you come as a part of smaller contract. So my request would be, like, please approach CT so that you are part of that list.
Yeah, definitely, sir. Yeah, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, thank you so much.
Any more questions from audience?
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, today every speaker is sticking to the schedule, so we have some extra time. So the next presentation is from Bihari Lal Engineering Limited, please.
Good morning to the esteemed audience. I am Bhuvnesh Garg, CEO of Bihari Lal Engineering Limited. First, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to RMOC and NISCO Steel Plant for inviting us and giving us this opportunity to present here today. Your efforts in organizing this event are truly appreciated, and we are honored to be a part of this event. So, we are a fourth-generation organization manufacturing products for engineering applications such as metal rolls for rolling mills, engineering castings, and alloy steel products. So we are a vertically integrated foundry from the raw material to the finished product. As a fourth-generation organization, we uphold the transparency, accountability, trust, and service. We are servicing rolling mills, mining, infrastructure, sugar mills, automotive, forging, and several other industries. So a little bit about our history. So our group was founded by my great-grandfather, Shri Bihari Lal Garg ji, in 1910 in Patiala, Punjab. And eventually, we have grown over the years. So we started our SMS and Foundry division in 2012. In the last 13 years, we supplied rolls to over 750 rolling mills in India and abroad. So these are some aerial photos of our SMS and Foundry division. So our manufacturing facilities are very strategically located in the historic city of Mandi Gobindgarh, Punjab. We have several dry ports, international airport in our vicinity, and readily available road transport. We have unique facilities like LRF and VD for roll manufacturing. Some inner photos of our, and this is our pouring photos. Finishing shop photos. So as you know, heat treatment is an integrated part of manufacturing of rolls. So we have 6 naturally gas-fired furnaces, fully controlled by PLC, and there's no manual intervention in any of the cycles. So each and every batch is totally same, like all the heat treatment cycles are calibrated by PLC, and there's no flaws in them. So our machine shop are covered over an area of 1 lakh square feet. And we have all the modern rolls making machines for all your requirements. We have a dedicated green forest area. 4 acres of trees are planted here, more than 50 varieties of indigenous trees, and more than 3,000 trees have been planted till date now. We have a roof-mounted solar panels capacity of 1.5 megawatts, and we are offsetting around 1,300 tons of carbon emission per year. So these are our major verticals: metal rolls, engineering casting, and various alloy steel products. So these are some of the grades we are regularly manufacturing in castings. And these are our applications. So we are specializing in aggregate crushers castings, thermal power components, hydroelectric power components, and various steel plants components as well. So we'll be focusing on metal rolls. So these are the various grades of rolls we are manufacturing currently: steel, cast steel rolls, SDRN rolls, and grain alloyed indefinite chill rolls. These are the scope of our rolls. Various applications in which our rolls are used: TMT, wire rods, structurals, rounds, flats, and HR strips. So these are some of our esteemed customers. SAIL and Visakhapatnam Steel Plant are also here. So we are exporting to more than 20 countries worldwide, and more than 24 states and UTs in India. This is our standard quality assurance plan. So we have a dedicated research and development wing, and they have access to various modern facilities in our chemical physical lab, as well as sand lab, which is a unique facility for any rolls manufacturing plant in India. So we are fully certified. These are our various certifications: 9001, 14001, 45001. We've received various awards over the years. So this was in 2019, we received the Best Engineering Industry in Punjab. Received Pillars of Indian Economy by State of Punjab again in 2022. And this is again advancement in engineering industry. We've been selected consecutively 2 times as top 10 steel foundries in India, 2023 and 2024. So this is our current capacity. So we are manufacturing 1,000 tons of rolls per month, that is 12,000 per annum. And for next financial year, we are ramping it up to 1,200 tons per month. So it will be around 14.5 metric tons per annum. And we are going for a greenfield capacity augmentation. So by Q4 next financial year, we will be having a capacity of 1,500 tons per month. So as we are increasing our capacity, we'll be focusing on both long products as well as flat product rolls. Some of the new products in our new facility, we'll be developing ICDP, enhanced ICDP, rings for universal mills, high chrome iron, high chrome steel, and HSS. So we have started manufacturing of atomite rolls using LRF and VD, and we are getting very encouraging results. So these are some of the key benefits that we have found till now. So rolls for flat products, as I was talking to some of you yesterday, and our technical team also discussed with several of you. So there's a issue with the flat product rolls. You have to depend on importing these rolls, as there's no roll availability in India. So these will be some of the advantages once we start manufacturing flat product rolls. You'll have a local solution for your requirements. As you know that because of this business environment nowadays, a lot of trade wars and tariffs are going on. So the supply chain will be more stable, and there will be quicker response time and greater flexibility in meeting customer demands. And best of all, you'll have a quicker delivery period. At a company, we are into sustainability and smart manufacturing practices. So these are some of our smart manufacturing initiatives. So we have integration of IoTs in all of our systems, real-time tracking of roles. So everything is identified very promptly, and there's increased transparency and visibility across all the manufacturing processes. So sustainability is a very big part of producing steel today. So we are very much focused on that. So currently, we have a 1.5 megawatt solar plant, and we are going to enhance it by another 10 megawatts. So we'll be having around 12 megawatts of capacity. We are pursuing certification of ISO 14064 for greenhouse gases emissions, as well as we are applying for the Green Steel rating, which was recently launched by Ministry of Steel and Heavy Industries. We have implemented a fully automatic sand reclamation plant to responsibly utilize earth resources. And we're utilizing only fresh industrial scrap as our primary raw material, resulting in negligible fumes and ultra-low metal burning loss. We have adopted eco-friendly coatings for our roll production, and these are some of the initiatives that we've taken till now. These are some of the customer success initiatives. So rolls is a very personal product. Each and every rolling mill is very unique in each set of their requirements, what they roll, what grade of product they're rolling, the reductions they are taking. So everything is very unique. So we talk to our customers, understand their requirement. These are some of the visual identifiers we have around our plant. Regular on-shop training is done based on safety and health. So why choose Bihari Lal? As you know, all of you are already getting rolls from one source or the another. But we have various unique propositions. We have a great legacy of more than 100 years. We have innovative solutions, dedicated R&D setup. We have tailored solutions for your unique operational needs. And we are focusing on sustainability. So we request you to visit our stall, and you can talk to our technical experts, and we can discuss whatever questions you have. Thank you.
Do you accept the machining jobs?
Not currently, because we are focusing on our own in-house machining right now.
When are you expected to complete the ICTP roll productions?
By next financial year.
End of the financial year?
Yeah.
Or?
By we will be conducting trials. So by next financial year, we'll start putting the product in the market.
Okay.
What is the handling capacity that you are having, the hot metal handling capacity?
Hot metal capacity right now?
Handling capacity. What you can add? What's the handling capacity? How many ladles can you handle at once?
15. 215 tons ladles can be used at one time.
So 30 tons you can maximum.
Yeah, 30 tons is the liquid metal capacity.
Maximum you can cost around 20 tons.
Yeah, 20 tons.
That's the max.
Yeah, currently 20 tons, but future will be increasing hot metal capacity to 40 tons. So around 25 tons of 26 tons of finished product can be manufactured.
Simultaneously you will be handling all those ladles.
20 tons too, yeah.
So 2 ladles will be simultaneously loading.
Yeah.
Recently, sir, we have started LRF furnace, so we can hold 20 tons in. We can hold in LRF furnace.
That is only not single pouring. They have not double pouring.
We'll take two.
No. Single pouring. Single pouring.
Two ladles can be
two
taken.
ladle at a time.
It will be 15 and then
Yes. Yes, sir.
नहीं, two pouring नहीं, ladle तो इकट्ठे pour होगा ना. He's saying that
laddles
we can prepare metal at once, then we can take another ladle and pour it. The metal will be hot.
One ingot. 2 ladle at a time in one ingot.
Yes, 2 ladle with, you have to get 2
Yes.
Yeah, simultaneously.
Killing and peeling it at the same time.
Same time. Same time.
No, killing and treating, that is doing it at the same time.
Yeah. After killing of the metal, the metal will be heated at the LRF, so it can be used directly, like that.
Maximum is in the cost right now is even after enhanced capacity would be around 40.
Yeah.
Yes.
25 easily and that is 40 max.
Yeah.
And about just another thing, high chromium. Are you casting high chromium?
Not currently. High chrome steel, not currently. Yeah, we are setting up a greenfield project as we just showed in the slide. So it will be operational by next financial year. High chrome iron will be used for flat products. Excuse me?
No, high chromium is a separate separate thing, and ICDP high chrome roll are used for early finishing stand, and ICDP will for latter finishing stand. And high chrome steel will use for wrapping stand.
Yeah, as discussed with you earlier also at the plant. So we have installed the required heat treatment facility with polymer quenching. So we can start with the shaft production as well. Yeah, we'll start the trials. Maybe next month we'll start the trials and give it to the secondary market first. After getting the response, we'll get back to you.
Hello. This side. Most of the steel mills in India are procuring rolls from China.
Yes.
Almost all of the companies.
Mm-hmm.
So how are you preparing to compete with China? Because even in narrow strip mill rolls, Chinese suppliers are dominant.
Yes, sir. Understood. This is mostly because of the production constraint. Beforehand also we were focusing on the secondary market, but we've stabilized all the processes. We're getting very good response from our customers, and so we've started with SAIL and Vizag, and right now we're in talks with Tata Steel, and shortly we'll start supplying to Tata and get it.
As an Indian, I also want that there must be some company in India also that can cater the Indian demand.
Yes, sir.
So best of luck to you.
Thank you, sir.
Could you please use the mic?
Some smaller size dies will be manufactured in India, but if some bigger size die is required, then it will have to be imported.
Any more question?
Centrifugal casting machine will be commissioning from April-May months. After centrifugal casting, we are going to next as per schedule. Horizontal casting.
Sir, you just mentioned about the real-time tracking of rolls. Miss, what does that mean? Miss?
So we have implemented some ERP functions, and we have integrated barcodes on our rolls. So all our shop floor supervisors and engineers, they can track the position of the roll, where that roll is there.
Means just the position, not any defect or anything like that?
Yeah, anything can be entered in the system. So what kind of machining is left, what kind of processes are left to be done on that roll, if the inspection has happened or not, if the roll has been rejected, or why is the roll is lying there, not in any process, so that can be checked.
Okay, and which unit of SAIL is your customer?
We are supplying to long product we are supplying all 3 mills in DSP, the section mill, merchant mill, and the MSM. In Vizag steel plant, all 5 rolling mills, and in Bhilai steel plant to merchant mill and to bar mill. And ISCO in USM.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Not currently, but we are planning.
Yeah.
ये सुन के अच्छा मतलब सी आई एम फ्रॉम प्रोजेक्ट बैकग्राउंड, ये बहुत अच्छा लगा कि एक इंडियन प्लेयर हमारा रोल में है. एंड एज यू नो द स्टील ministry it's telling that we are going to grow to 300 million ton, and we will require more and more such players in the market to satisfy the manufacturers in India.
Right. Thank you, sir.
Very nice presentation, and all the best to you for your future ventures.
Thank you, sir. For your encouragement. Thank you so much.
That's great.
Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Yeah, moving on to the next presentation. It's from Calfrisa India Private Limited. Please.
Namaskar. Respected chairman of the session, respected dignitaries from different steel leaders of India. Just I like to introduce Calfrisa is a Spanish company, and just last year we introduced Calfrisa India Private Limited. As an Indian company, we also purchased 2 small companies in India to form a Calfrisa group of companies. And I first of all thank our MOC and ISP for organizing this session. When Indian steel is looking at 300 MTPA by 2030 and 500 MTPA by 2047. So many things need to be changed, many things need to be upgraded, like our plants are still operating on higher energy side. You will be surprised to know that how much energy we consume in making steel. In average, Indian steel is consuming 6.6 gical per ton, while our neighbor China is at 4.2 gical per ton. So it is almost 50% higher energy we are consuming making our steel. Not only this, when our entire source of energy majorly depending on fossil fuels, what will happen if major steel cities of India are not breathable? You go to Durgapur, you go to Bokaro, you go to Bhilai, it is not breathable. So if this is happening, when we are producing merely around 150 MTPA, what will happen if we produce 300 MTPA? What will happen if we produce 500 MTPA? What atmosphere, what environment we are going to give to our future generations? So it is our responsibility to reduce consumption of energy, consequently decreasing the greenhouse emissions. So all the organizations like RMOC have greater roles to play in the future. We need to, how many R&Ds we are developing at major steel player houses? how we are training our future engineers, future operators to achieve 300 or 500 MTPA. As we all know that to make 1 ton of steel, we need to move at least 1.6 to 2 tons of raw materials, ores. So to produce 300 or 500, energy management need to be done. Calfrisa is a energy management company. We are 60 years old company. We are working in coordination with University of Zaragoza to develop different solutions of energy management. So to make a sustainable world, when you are saving energy, it is directly with the cost. If you are consuming less energy, definitely cost is saved. Operational efficiency improved. Environmental sustainability, of course, greenhouse emissions will be less. Enhance CSR, and also the regulatory compliances. In India, still the regulatory compliances are not at higher side. No one cares from reheating furnace what you are emitting. Still there are standards, but no one is following. I visit almost every plants in India, and I tell you the minimum waste gas temperature released to atmosphere is in average 300 degrees centigrade. It is surprisingly high. We are wasting so much of energy. So basically in reheating furnaces, recuperators are used, and we are the largest manufacturers of the recuperator in the world. Where are we losing energy in any furnace? It is heat carried out by waste gas, which I told you 300 degrees in average in all steel plants in India. Recently, just last year, Tata Steel made one step towards it, that they are going to reduce their waste gas output temperature less than 200 in next 5 years. Heat storage in furnace structure, losses from furnace outside wall or structure. So different leakage points are in the furnaces which we could seal for better results. So this is ideally how this is a Sankey diagram for a furnace. You must be aware of it. So we are wasting 30% of the total energy what we are supposed to use in our furnace. I have seen after recuperators in the furnace, the temperature is close to 350 to 400. But we are not thinking to install another recuperator to preheat our gases. I remember I was working in my last company, and in 2 plants in Vizag Steel, MMSM and LMMM. In both the furnaces, they were having one air recuperator, and after that they were having one gas recuperator to preheat the gases. But unfortunately, both the gas recuperators were stopped. And because lack of maintenance or lack of operation, whatever is the reason, but it is stopped. It is no more in use. So you can see 30% of the total energy we are wasting. Recently, we had done in India some steps to maintain the recuperators. In Tata Steel Gamharia, in Tata Steel Jamshedpur, we revamped few recuperators for better results. We increased the discharge temperature to 50 degrees centigrade. If you increase the combustion air temperature to 50 degrees centigrade, roughly you are saving 2 to 3% of your energy. In Tata Steel Gamharia Blooming Mill, we supplied new recuperator with improved performance. Almost 80 degrees centigrade more they will receive in combustion air. We have done it in JSPL Oman. We did it for largest operating furnace in India, that is JSW Dolvi. We supplied new set of recuperators to them with improved performances, with improved materials for better life. Similarly, we did it for Arjas Steel. Surprisingly, in Arjas Steel, that may be a small steel player, they are making some special steel. They are located in southern part of India, and they were losing their recuperator every 2 to 3 years. Losing of recuperator is more critical thing is when you start losing a recuperator, no one knows that we started losing the recuperator. What happens? When we start losing a recuperator, what happens, how we observe? First, there is no indication that our tubes are leaking and we are having some problem in the recuperator. When that leakage is significant and air curtains, because the waste gas flow is 45 to 50 PA pressure. And when combustion air is entering into the recuperator, that is roughly around 700 DAPA. So it creates one air curtain inside the furnace. And then furnace pressure goes high. When furnace pressure goes high, any furnace operator first go to check the damper, whether furnace pressure damper is regulating in better way or not. After checking, you come to know that, okay, damper is okay. Damper is running well. There may be some other reason. Then someone say that, okay, our fan is drawing more current. Our fan is moving more. So then we calculate, okay, there may be some leakage in the recuperator. Recuperator is not an equipment which you can immediately change. You need to go for a shutdown to change it. Minimum 2-3 days, 4 days. Now, you go to the morning meeting, you discuss with that, and you plan to change a recuperator in next 2-3 months. And you know what is the result? In 3 months, the energy you wasted is as good as a new recuperator. So, when we are aiming big, we need to think into the direction of energy management, especially when we are consuming 50% more energy than our neighbor. So these recuperators, now we make in India. All engineering is in Europe, and we manufacture these recuperator in India. We supply it to JSW, we supply it to Tata Steel. We have a technology to measure the health of recuperator on a continuous basis. It will indicate you about the life of the recuperator without any surprises. It is a digital twin for the recuperator. We will install a separate module. We will take inputs from your pressure transmitter, your temperature transmitter, before and after recuperator. We will use them to calculate with the life cycle of the recuperator. And in HMI, you will be able to see the performance of the recuperator. It is decreasing or not, it is stable or not. We can make a preventive maintenance planning to avoid the surprises in the recuperator. Even if you go for a shutdown, we all know. The people who see the furnace, they know. What you see in a recuperator, you can see your recuperator first few rows. That's all. 1 or 2 rows, that's all. How will you calculate the 5th row, 8th row, 11th row? Nothing. You are blind. So you need to be dependent on a technology which can give you an idea about the performance of your recuperator, what is the health of your recuperator. So we have a technology, digital twin. We will use your instrument, and we will continuously give you the report. Every day you can check, or maybe in a month you can generate a report. We discussed all these points. So cost of lost energy in 3 months is a new recuperator. So just keep in mind, when someone says cost of recuperator is 2 crore rupees, don't be surprised. You have lost energy equivalent to 2 crore in last 3 months. We design and carry out maintenance and update on what we recently. I received one call from Mr. Irfan Kadri, who is in ISP, that there is some problem with the recuperator, if I can help him. Definitely, I visited the plant, I found the problem, I visited, and during shutdown, we took out the in writing that it will not fail in 36 months. If it fails, we replace it with new one. You see, these are the gas recuperator what we normally use. This is a U-shaped recuperator. We recently proposed this recuperator to Tata Steel. Gamaria, it is under consideration. Also, we are only manufacturer in the world who design DRI recuperators and manufacture it. JSW is having Midrex based DRI heat exchangers. JSPL Angul is also having Midrex based DRI heat exchangers. And Dolby also have. They were all supplied by the OEMs, but we are the manufacturers and designers both for these DRI equipments. These are very, very special recuperator. As you can see, it preheats natural gas up to 400 degrees centigrade, operating at a pressure of 3.5 bar. So you can imagine the criticality of the equipment. So in India, we supplied to, in world, we supply to all these companies, major companies who make steel. And definitely we are here to support you. If you need any clarification from me, any answer from me, I am available. You can also communicate to me on my mail address. And I am always available. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Yeah, house is open for Q&A.
Hello, sir. You have already said that we are losing approximately 30% energy in flue gases.
Sir.
We are also from a steel plant, we all are.
Sir.
And do you also suggest how can we use this waste energy? How can we use this waste energy?
Yes. Like after recuperator, if you are having a temperature of 350, which in average, if you see your furnace also, you may be having. So we can install a gas recuperator. You are using gas in your furnace.
No, we are using liquid fuel and propane gas.
Propane gas, yes, you can preheat propane.
Okay.
Before putting into the burners. As I have explained you, we are preheating natural gas up to 400 degrees centigrade in 3.5 bar. This could be one solution.
Like we have discussed with our energy management department. They are planning for producing the steam, but we do not have any end use of that steam.
Yes. So, sir, there are two choices. One, either you improve your air recuperator to an extent that waste gas temperature reduces to 220 or maybe 200. We improve the recuperator, and you take that energy into your combustion air. This is one. Without changing the GA. Whatever we propose, we don't recommend any changes. Or you put another recuperator to preheat your gas.
So, like you have said that you are also repairing the recuperators.
Yes, yes.
So,
We are doing.
do you, like you have said, you give the guarantee of the usage, like number of years?
Yes.
In terms of number of years.
Yes. After repair, we withstand the guarantee.
Yeah, but do you give the guarantee on the fuel consumption also?
Yeah. Look, to be very honest, we can give you guarantee on combustion air temperature.
Okay.
What you receive, because guarantee on the fuel is very tricky.
Okay.
If there is some problem with your burner, if there is some problem with your inside management of the furnace, then results will be different.
Okay.
We can guarantee on performance of combustion air. That
combustion air.
We are getting it at ambient, and we will give you 500. So you can check it. It is at 500. Done. Our job is finished.
Okay. So it is only on the design front of the recuperator, or do you have some modification in tube materials also?
Yes, definitely. In tube materials and also the design.
Okay.
How is the, you may ask me that how I am going to increase the recuperator temperature, air temperature in the recuperator without changing the heating surface area. What we do, we have a calculation model, a thermal model to calculate this. We use a turbulator inside the pipe, and it is having some number of turns. We calculate it, that how much number of turn. It is all automatic process of calculation. So this number of turn swirls allow the air to move to the pipe of the recuperator to extract more energy from waste gas. And we calculate it and we generate a graph. We should not give very low waste gas temperature onto the last tubes, last bundles.
Exactly.
Otherwise there will be the dew point condensation and you will lose the tube.
Okay.
So calculation should be perfect.
We will be in touch, sir.
Please.
Okay.
Please. My pleasure.
Hello.
One more question.
Sure, sir, please.
Do you provide solutions for the heat leakage through the furnace walls also?
I can personally, technically help you on this. And I can suggest you some companies who do it.
Okay.
This we can do, definitely.
Yeah, I wanted to ask one question regarding.
Please.
We were preheating, sir, here. We were preheating air.
Okay, sorry.
We were preheating gases, rather preheating gases at Bhilai in 3 of the mills.
Sir.
And the major problem is of the purity of the gas, so it frequently chokes the recuperator.
Yes, sir.
So do you have any solutions for that?
Sir. In Tata Steel Gamaria, when I was discussing with this subject, it is the same problem. Okay. So, if you see, can I go to my presentation, please? Whatever we are using in India, I'm sorry to say, I have seen all those recuperators, sir. They are actually air recuperator. There is no change in design. They are air recuperator, we are using it as gas recuperator. This is neither safe nor to be utilized at gas preheaters. If you see, is it possible to open? So, in Gamaria, what we proposed, it is a U-type recuperator, complete U. And the dia of the pipe will be almost 100 mm. Okay? So with 100 mm, even if it clogged due to impurities, the life will be more. That means clogging effect you will not get immediately. And is not working. Can we go to the last? Sorry, yes. We can. Yes, sir, this is the gas recuperator. And you see this uses the feed gas. So it go like this. And during annual maintenance, one side, from one side, you put the hot air or steam, and other side it will throw out. So it is very easy to maintain. At least you go for a shutdown once in a year. During that time, it is easy to clean. From one side you put the steam, and other side it will go out without removing it from the pocket.
But in one of the mills, wire rod mill, they were having this U-type recuperator, other was having box-type recuperator on both sides. So wire rod mill has already stopped using because the box was providing a kind of a place for all the residues to set in and providing some amount of time before it actually got choked.
I understand your point, sir. It is one idea, but what we are doing, we are making these tubes very large dia for impure gases, like mixed gas or blast furnace gas. We make it the dia of 100 mm or maybe 80 mm. So before it completely choke, it is 1 year.
More than choking the actual pipes, what it chokes is the slotted disc above the recuperator or downside, because once it is going to enter from a big pipe into smaller pipes, there will be slotted disc there. That is the place where the things are getting deposited and actually.
Yes, sir. It happens. I agree with you. That's why if you see the design of this recuperator, it's not a hopper-based design. It's not a hopper-based design, but a cylindrical design in the top. This is a cylindrical design in the top, just to avoid that type of situation. And on the surface, it is like this. So it do not allow the, normally in air recuperator, the tube seat is flat. Here it is like this. So it allow the impurities even to go in. It do not allow to settle it on the surface. So when it go in, it deposits on the wall. It will deposit. We cannot filter it. So during the shutdown, maybe in 6 months, 8 months, 1 year, you can put hot steam, or maybe when hot steam is not available in plant, what we use soft detergent to just pour it and leave it for a day, and next day you flush it. And these are all thick wall seamless tubes. So the life will be very high. Sir, we are using into many steel plants around the world.
So one more advantage we could find of a gas recuperator was that whatever damage it has to do downstream, maybe in the walls or in the actuators, wherever it is coming in contact, or choking the wall burners, that damage was not happening because the temperature was raised. So
and we can make some, after gas is hot, you can make some drain ports in the pipeline. So the tars and impurities will not go to the valve, rather than once in a month you just unplug it and allow the tar to go down.
So that is what was happening once. In sometimes we had to bypass our recuperators. That time we used to kind of actually face the problem of the tar going downstream. But this is also kind of a filter for all the gas products.
Sir, if you feel, for example, if you feel that, okay, the pipe is choked, there will be a cross bypass line. So you lock the recuperator, you go for normal gas, and you flush your recuperator in 2-3 days time, and then again you go through the recuperator. And just imagine, sir, in a furnace, you are taking air at a temperature of 400 degrees centigrade and gas at 40 degrees centigrade. And you imagine a burner where air is at 450 and gas is at 250. You imagine the equilibrium. You imagine the mixing pattern of the flame. It will be certainly improved. You will get better flame temperature. Normally, with COG, I remember that, that's why I'm saying, with COG, I was commissioning Jindal Stainless, Jajpur. And with COG, the flame temperature is roughly around 2200 degrees centigrade with cold air. But we tested COG at 200 degrees centigrade in Bar-le-Duc factory, France, and the temperature of the flame was close to 2600 degrees centigrade. So definitely all swirls, all flame enthalpy, flame pattern will improve.
That is there, but what happens is once you go for higher calorific value gases like coke oven gas or a mixed gas of say 2500, so the amount of gas is very less as compared to amount of air. So what will happen is it makes more sense to heat the air rather than heating the gas, because that quantity is quite smaller as compared to the air.
1:10 or 12, sir. Yes, yes, I agree with you, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Sir, is your model is working for natural gas?
Definitely, sir. In this model, this is the picture. We are using natural gas, preheating up to 400 degrees centigrade at 3.5 bar.
Okay, so can you do one thing? Can you visit Tata Steel Tarapur?
Definitely. I visited last time Tata Steel Tarapur when Mr. Nilanjan Biswas is in the chief position there.
Yes,
definitely, I can go. Why not?
So kindly visit again. We will discuss the ROIs.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more question from the audience? Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. And
yeah,
sir.
One thing. You started with a bang, telling about the breathable air throughout all the steel
Yes, sir.
plants. Now, for your information, all the steel plants, when they come with the best available technologies of the times. And then it is probably the failure or maintainability of these installations which possibly creates an image. I would say image because we find the air very breathable here. And the norms also well within the prescribed norms. My question to you is, what is the kind of cooperation or interaction you are having with our technology suppliers for the furnace arena like Andritz or five stains? What is the kind of collaboration?
I worked in 5 stain for more than decades. I was the commissioning engineer. I was the design engineer. I was in charge for Pan India to provide services when I was working in FIBS. And during RMOC, and 50th anniversary, I was invited in RMOC to present a lecture on furnaces.
Now, when I talk about that per se, it
Sir.
is the role of Calfreeza in cooperating with them to come out with better solutions.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are working. We are working. Like recently, we supplied 3 big recuperators to JSW Vijaynagar. The new furnaces which they purchased through Fifstein, France, we supplied all the 3 recuperators. In Tata Steel Kalinganagar, both the furnaces from Tenova, our recuperator is there.
So my request would be, already our process technology tenders are out. You better start integrating with the mill suppliers.
Sure.
So that we get your solutions as an integrated part or integral part of that. And possibly air will seem breathable to you.
Sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Have a good day.
thank you. Thank you all the speakers for adhering to the schedule. Now it's time to listen to our session chair. I would kindly request sir to provide his insights and opinions on the presentations. Sir, please.
Well, I feel this session was pretty long, and I'll try to make my statement short. We had really insightful presentations from all the 5 companies, each showcasing their expertise and innovations. Right at the outset of this session, one of the things which I was thinking that when in the industry such kind of interactions happen, it should be a win-win situation for all. Based on our feedbacks or based on their innovations, both should benefit and this partnership should continue. Now, starting in the series, W. Hunger Hydraulics India Private Limited shared their journey from an agricultural forging shop to a leader in hydraulic solutions. They supply the hydraulic cylinders for ladle turrets to major players like Tata, JSW, AMNS. They patented sealing solutions and unique piston arrangements offer advantages. They also cover hydraulic gauge control, mandrel expansion cylinders, actuators, and AMC services. Now, one of the things which I expressed there was, I think they should get integrated into the set make list so that they are available pan sale. And the same is the request to all the vendors. Kimberly-Clark focused on sustainability and ESG goals, highlighting their efforts in reducing scope 1, 2. They were focusing more on scope 3 solutions. Scope 3 emissions. They showcase Power Clean and other such products, which are majorly in the hydraulics area for cleaning grease, etc. And they were talking about the total life cycle cost or the cost impacts on scope 3. Schubert and Salzer, a German company, presented their sliding gate and various other control valves for high rangeability and efficiency in controlling natural gas, air, and water, etc. Bihari Lal Engineering Limited. I think it's the 4th generation which is in looking into the hem of affairs now. This was established in 1910. They specialize in roll manufacturing for mining, automotive, sugar. Their presence is also there in sugar industries, and they are shortly also going to make foray in the flat. So, considering our expansion, I think by the time we'll be producing, they will be establishing themselves. Calfreeza India, a Spanish company with 60 years experience, focused on energy management. Ultimately, they zeroed on the recuperators technology and heat transfers by preheating of gases or their patented designs, which tend to improve the performance and have a major impact on CO2 footprint for the production of in steel mills particularly. I found each presentation emphasized innovation, efficiency, and sustainability, offering valuable insights into their respective fields, and expect larger cooperation in the days ahead. Already there were certain inquiries and meeting of minds right during the session itself. I think we should encourage it, and I really thank RMOC to providing a platform where such interactions have taken place. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful ideas about the presentation. Now, next, let us show our gratitude and present each speaker with a token of appreciation. So I would request all the speakers to come on stage and kindly accept our token of appreciation, a memento. I request session chair to kindly hand over the mementos to the speakers. Yeah. The first presentation was from W. Hunger Hydraulics.
We can invite, I think, Kumar Saab and all also to make the presentation. One by one. I am there, okay.
Would you like to join, sir? Shailendra, sir. Yeah, sir. You please. Yeah, that would make it quite grand. Yeah, Hunger Hydraulics. Sir.
Very nice.
Yeah. Please, sir. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot. Yeah. Sir, please sit. Next, I would request Kimberly Clark to come on stage. Sir, please. Yeah. A big round of applause for them, please. Yeah. Next, we had a presentation from Associate Engineers. Please come on stage. Yeah. Next, Biharilal Engineering Limited. Yes, sir. Yeah, sir. Yeah. Yeah, big round of applause for them, please. Next, Calfreeza India Private Limited. Yes, the last one, sir. Yeah. Yes, sir. Sir, everybody, sir, that would be great. Yeah, sir, Shailin, sir. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Now, I would request Shailendra sir to kindly felicitate our session chair for conducting the session such nicely. Yeah. A big round of applause. Sir, you please also join, sir. Sir, yeah. Sir, yeah, that would be great. Yeah. A big round of applause. Okay, thank you, sir. Before winding up the session, we have an announcement, important announcement. Yeah.
I thank you for conducting the session so well.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, we have an important announcement from RMOC Secretary, Dr. Sushant, sir. Please.
And dear participants from different steel plants, after this second manufacturing session, there will be a recommendation session. So in the recommendation session, we will discuss the points what you have learned and going to implement in your plant. It may be a short term or a long term, but you have to write some points which you are going to implement in your plant. So we have make a format. In this format, there is your plant, your mill, idea from which plant or which presentation, that may be include manufacturer presentations also, and an idea to be implemented. Then time frame. Our engineers from RMOC Secretariat will distribute these sheets to to you, and please you feel it during the coming session. We will discuss all these points in the recommendation session. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so we come to the end of first session, and now there is a tea break for 10 minutes, and after that we will assemble here for the second session. Okay.
Hello. There is another announcement. Raurkela team, you have missed a bag. Please collect it from.
राउरकेला टीम कहाँ पर है?
सोफा पे
Now we are going to start the second session, manufacturer session. So for this session, Sri R.J. Dalal, CGM Refractories, ISCO Steel Plant, is our session chairman. And Mr. P.A. Anis, AGM Flat Rolling and Tribology Group, RDCI Cell Ranchi, is the rapporteur. So I request Dalal sir and Anis to come to the stage. Sir, please. Now I hand over the session to Anis.
Hello. Good morning, delegates and esteemed guests. So we are about to commence our next session, manufacturing session 2. So it's my pleasure and privilege to introduce the session chair, R.J. Dalal sir. He is DGM Refractories from ISCO Steel Plant. His biodata is quite long, so I'll just summarize it. He has joined Bhilai Steel Plant in 1988 as an MDT, and his major is BE Electrical, and he has done it from REC Rourkela. He was associated with refractory in the initial days, and then he worked in the merchant mill of BSB as well in the operations. And later, he was promoted and then joined ISP quite recently in 2023, I think. Yeah. So let us hand over the session to the session chair. So we have 5 presentations. Over to you, sir. I will. No, this is Symphony AI. The first presentation. Hello. The first presentation is from Symphony AI. As we are running out of time, you will get around 20 minutes for presentation. After that, there will be a session, Q&A session for 1 to 2 minutes.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having us here. It's truly an honor to be here to share with you really what our perspective is on AI and how AI can actually help in a lot of the activities that you're actually doing. Before I get into it very quickly, I'll talk through a little bit about Symphony AI, who we are, and then certain use cases that we've actually addressed specifically in the steel sector, amongst others as well. But I think the real agenda, at least from my perspective, is a little bit of what was mentioned in the previous session by the previous chair as well, which is the agenda and the focus today is really to provide you with a perspective on what, again, the capabilities are, what the technologies available to do, what the possibilities can be, but to really also hear from you in terms of your expertise, right? Your backgrounds, your experiences, as to how we can really come together to actually truly make a difference in your operations, right? So that's really, I think, the main takeaway from me. A little bit about Symphony AI. We are an enterprise AI company. There we go. We're an enterprise AI company focusing on predictive and generative AI, which basically means that we've got foundational models, we've got a platform that we make available to a wide variety of industries and use cases. Now, what you'll see on the left of the slide is several verticals that we actually operate in. The one, though, today that we'll be talking about specifically is from the industrial perspective. And on the industrial side, there are, again, several domains or verticals within this that we operate in. Steel certainly is one of them, amongst others, aluminum, cement, oil and gas, power generation, etc. One of the keys, though, for us is the ability to combine data science, AI, and software engineering with a perspective of the domain in the specific aspects that we work with. So a lot of our team members, we're about 3,500 people across the globe, about 900 in India, largely in Bangalore. And most of the team actually comes in with domain expertise of having worked in manufacturing as process engineers, design engineers, and so on and so forth, right? We've used that expertise to actually provide several products as well as an underlying platform to help you enhance your work and your operations as well. And again, we won several awards, but I won't really get into that at the moment. I think the key, though, is really how we look at problem statements in the manufacturing and the industrial space particularly. It really is from three different lenses. One of the lenses is from the asset perspective, which is really about predictive maintenance, predictive alerts, essentially to help you improve your overall equipment effectiveness, right? So availability, performance, quality, etc. And obviously the underlying KPIs that you have as part of that. Now, the way we deliver that is by providing early warnings or insights into potential faults or failures in your equipment or your process, along with actually getting prescriptive recommendations with causes for that underlying issue that's being identified as well, which again in itself is fairly unique. And we can always talk through about how that works and why it's effective, etc. as well. The second one really is focused on the process side, which is more on process optimization. So providing advisories to control room operators, to process engineers on how they need to adjust certain key set points of their process. It could be temperature, pressure, feed rate, those kinds of things to achieve certain specific outcomes, which could be energy efficiency, quality, throughput, or perhaps even a combination of some of these as well. And another part on the process side is really focused around manufacturing analytics, essentially dashboards, not just historical KPIs, but future-looking KPIs as well. And that dashboarding and those insights is very relevant for folks across the operation, different departments in a plant, but then also across the entire organization as well, across different levels as well. And then the third perspective is really on the connected worker side, which is enabling end users with digital tools to not just go through certain instructions, inspections that they typically need to go through based on faults that are arising, but importantly, getting real-time feedback on what actions they need to take as well. And so in each of those three cases, typically predictive AI is the core or the foundation behind each of those kind of solutions that are provided, right? On top of all of this, along with Microsoft, in 2023, we leveraged Microsoft Azure OpenAI, which is a foundational model for ChatGPT. We used our industrial data sets and actually built out the industrial LLM, which is actually the world's first industrial LLM. What that means is simply you have now got a ChatGPT type interface with contextualized information from industrial data sets of rotating equipments like motors, pumps, compressors, turbines, etc. And then, of course, we use that to power copilots, which is used and leveraged in each one of those components as well, right? Now, there's several ways that we do this, but I think the relevant part here is really about, again, I spoke a little bit about the industrial LM and the data that it's trained on, several, hundreds of thousands of assets, industrial data sets that we've actually collected over the last 50 years, again, value of the co-pilot. But I think the real kind of takeaway from a solutioning standpoint, right, which is how it is that all of this comes in together, is a very modularized approach. And I think here is where the real value add starts to kick in. So if you look left or right, what you'll see on the left most part of the screen is essentially the data sources. So you'll have data coming in from your instrumentation into a SCADA system, perhaps being stored into a historian or a data lake or similar, but typically that is for your OT and OT sources, right? Very critical and very unique to typical manufacturing and industrial environments. The second, of course, is your engineering data, which could be drawings, manuals, documentation. And when I say drawings, I mean P&ID drawings. They certainly could be OEM manuals, like I mentioned, or internal SOPs that you might have as well. And then the third layer is really the IT, so which is your IT applications. It could be an ERP system, like an SAP or Oracle. It could be a CMMS system, like IBM Maximo, or similar. But being able to connect to each of those data sources to aggregate and unify the data sets, right? So the first step that we typically do after connecting is ingesting it into a platform which allows you to unify this data. Now, why is that important? What you'll see is typically plants have, or enterprises have grown through acquisitions, plants have grown through expansions not just of the process, but also of systems, which means that nomenclatures and simple things like naming are sometimes very different across different applications and systems you might be using, which inherently is the foundation on which you can actually even start to do and perform any analysis as well. And so the first step that we do is have, again, a unified naming space or a unified data platform to combine and bring together a lot of the different data sources, nomenclatures, et cetera, that you have. The second part, which is again part of the Iris Foundry, is actually providing context to that data, which is about how an equipment or a particular process, the physics of it is actually structured. What is that data that's actually coming in? What are the certain calculations, which could be physics-based or science-based or math-based calculations that need to be performed? And then we use that along with certain of our AI and ML models to actually add additional relevance as well. So they could be either pure AI ML models, they could be hybrid models where you're combining certain physics-based aspects as well as AI ML models to actually provide certain outputs. And all of this is then provided to users, again, typically subject matter experts and or data scientists in a more unified manner. The output of a lot of the models, the templates, the customizations or configurations you may want to apply are then provided typically on specific user persona applications. Now, these are very specific to use cases and or environments. For instance, if you are a reliability engineer, you'd be very keen on solving and addressing use cases on the predictive asset intelligence side, which is about early warning insights into potential faults. The second one could be, for example, on the process optimization piece, or perhaps it is on the co-pilots or the workflow intelligence on the connected worker side as well. And then, of course, you've got co-pilots on top of that, which typically add in a lot more value to users in terms of how certain actions can be performed, et cetera, as well. So what we'll walk through after this is actually a few use cases that we've addressed. And we've selected a few of them to actually talk through, some on the blast furnace, some on the finishing mills, and then one on the wire rod mill as well. Idea again there is to give you a perspective of what the problem statement was and how we've addressed it with the capabilities that are typically available and possible today. Certainly, though, there is a lot more that can actually be done as well, right? Perfect. So the first use case is actually around silicon prediction, which we've actually done in India as well. And what we did here is this is for one of the largest steel manufacturing companies in India. And the problem statement here was, again, they had a high silicon content, essentially wanted to optimize that process to be able to control their fuel costs, etc. And so the first thing that we did is ingested process data, which was covering a lot of the common parameters and common kind of metrics that you would typically be capturing, along with certain lab data as well. And that lab data was coming in anywhere from 2 hours to 8 hours, depending on what that lab data actually was. Now, what we did here first, though, is we actually built a soft sensing model or a virtual sensing model, which is essentially to help measure certain key variables or parameters which are not captured through certain instrumentation parameters. From there, we've actually ingested it and built out a forecasting model. And over there as well, there were several different models that we actually used to identify what would be able to provide the best accuracy in terms of a forecast for the silicone content. Now, that wasn't enough, right? Just getting the silicone content is not enough, right? The reason is what is contributing to that, just so operators on the floor in the control room actually know what steps they need to take as well. And so the second part of that is essentially being able to provide an anomaly twin, which actually provides certain contributing factors for how that needs to be addressed. And so actually we've again built a combination of these models, right? So again, soft sensing, which is a virtual sensing, there's a forecasting, and then there's the anomaly twin, to actually provide a level of insight to operators. What an operator typically does see today is the trend chart on the bottom on the right-hand side, where you'll see the black line being the actual measured silicone value. The blue line is the actual prediction as well. So one key takeaway here is the trend is largely aligned between both the forecast in the blue as well as the actual in the black. The other piece here is what you're seeing is that it's actually predicting it out about 4 hours in advance as well. So this specific image will be 3 hours, but it's actually predicting it out about 4 hours in advance as well, which is significant amount of time typically for users to, again, address it or at least analyze this and then address it and then take that specific action. And what that action needs to be, unfortunately, it may be a little small on the screen, but in the top right corner, what you're seeing is actually the contributing factors. Now, those contributing factors, I think on the top is actually silica, and then you've got, I think, certain feed rates, if I'm not mistaken. But essentially, that's providing a Pareto of the top contributors to that silicone content, wherein, again, an operator now doesn't need to manage and essentially analyze their own 25 different metrics or KPIs, but specifically, they're only going to be looking at those 5 and typically 2 parameters, which are actually the highest contributors here. Now, in this case, where again we were driving at over a 90% accuracy when it came to silicone prediction, what we're able to provide here is about a 1% savings on your fuel rate, as well as, I think, importantly, a stability in the overall furnace operation and furnace process as well, which again is significant. So this system has actually been live for about a month. It's still currently in process, in review, and being monitored very closely, as is required with any AI model. But certainly the early results are very, very positive. To also give you a perspective, we started off first by predicting up to 2 hours, and as we reached a level of maturity there, then we're actually extending it out to 3 and out to 4 as well, right? On the next one, which is on a hot rolling mill. Now, in this case, this was actually in the US, where we deployed the system across the hot rolling mill as well as the finishing mill. Finishing mill I'll come to next. But on the hot rolling mill side, this specifically was with, I believe, a gearbox. It was with a gearbox where there was significant number of issues that the plant was facing, significant downtime clearly, and certainly had no redundancy in their plant either. And so what they were looking to do was actually get predictive insight into the likely failure or the impending failure or emergence of a fault in some of the equipment, and obviously what they can do about it. So very classical problem in terms of predictive maintenance or predictive analytics, and then also getting prescriptive recommendations around certain actions that need to be taken. What we did here again is started off by first ingesting process data as well as certain vibration data. I believe in this, there's about, I think, 50 plus parameters or so that we were actually capturing. And what we did here is, if you look at the trend chart on the left, right, which is the actual failure was noticed in early March. The reason is that they chose not to take that corrective action and shut down to rectify it. But the alerts actually started in the February or March timeframe, which again is typically weeks in advance. And that's fairly typical. You would be getting alerts about anywhere from 2 months to about 2 weeks in advance of generally it getting serious. There is different severity levels or criticality levels in terms of the alerts, etc. as well. But what again in this case, because you have not just the identification of the anomalous behavior, you've got certain causes and recommendations. We're using our fault coverage and our templates for based on certain failure modes, based on causes, based on recommendations, to then provide very specific guidance on what steps need to be taken. In this case, what they also wanted to do was actually integrate this along with their application. So they were using SAP, for example, to actually not just plan their work orders, but then also help them execute it as well. So really completing the flow or closing the loop in terms of issue identification, cause of that, what is the recommended action, scheduling it, and then helping operators or technicians executing on that specific issue that was identified. Now, in this case, the downtime was significant, which obviously it would have helped them avoid in terms of the failure and the upcoming fault that they did experience. On the finishing mill side, what they did here was, again, in this case, it was about 240 plus tags, I think. Yeah, 240 plus tags that again, we were ingesting across from process parameters as well as vibration. And again, in this case as well, the alert was actually provided to them a couple of weeks in advance on the platform. What you're seeing is actually a screenshot of the platform itself, wherein again, typically an operator is actually looking at the trend and then getting specific alerts with a cause, with that recommendation, along with what those contributors are, right? So again, what is driving that behavior if someone wants to, again, typically take certain specific or corrective action. Now, in this case, when they went back and they actually inspected the gearbox, and what they found was, what they did see was actually spalling, which is actually what the recommended action also was in this case. And again, here, it was significant savings that they were able to identify simply based on a model that was trained for detecting anomalies, getting causes, recommendations, and then identifying what those contributing factors actually were as well, right? And then the last one, in terms of a use case that I have, was specifically around wire rod defect reduction. Now, here, this is, I think, a very, very interesting case. This actually was a retrospective study that we did with about 6 months of data. And there were two kind of, obviously, they were having quality issues, and what they wanted to do was get better predictability around certain parameters, so UTS, elongation, conductivity. What we did in this case was actually build two models. So one model first was primarily to provide an optimal range for each of their grades of steel for specific parameters. So it's a little Excel sheet or Excel table that you'll see in the blue on the right-hand side. What we provided to them was actually an extended out sheet. I've just clipped it for you. But what we did there is essentially provided to them a table of sorts for each of their different grades and each of these parameters on what that min and max range typically needs to be for that certain grade of material. Now, based on that grade, perfect, this is the last slide. So based on a certain grade, based on the minimum and maximum values that we were recommending, the operators then were setting their parameters accordingly and based off of that. Once the process, or once the process was actually live, is where then we were running again the anomaly twin in terms of detecting certain alerts or anomalous behavior, and then again providing certain recommendations on what actions need to be taken. And so typically what you would see is, again, if you see the bottom half of the right-hand side, is typically the alert is generated through what we call the anomaly score. Anomaly score is simply how anomalous the underlying behavior is of this multivariate model. And from there, you're typically providing a contributing factor, which again is a Pareto. And then the cause and recommendation is actually very targeted, very pinpointed into specific actions or steps that need to be taken to rectify that particular problem statement. So the combination of the two was actually highly effective because you not only had an optimized set point or optimized thresholds that were provided before a batch was live, but you also were getting real-time inputs and real-time feedback in, again, like I said, real time to optimize the quality and reduce the number of defects. And so in this case, which again, like I said, was a retrospective study, based on the three factors, UTS, conductivity, as well as elongation, we were able to provide the prediction here of upwards of 88% and up to 98%, as you can see. But significantly, right, we're reducing defects by about 30%. And so this is a excellent use case, I think, about what the combination of models or the ensemble of models can actually provide based on the underlying capabilities that are generally provided, right? And then quickly, there's a lot more that we can do. Certainly, these were 4 different kind of use cases that just wanted to share, just to think through and help you think through what possibilities there are. But there's a lot more, like I said, that we can cover on rotating assets, static assets, including furnaces and compressors and pumps and turbines, a lot more. Idea being, of course, that we'd love to actually just share a lot more about what we can do and then hear from you importantly as well. And then ultimately provide this on dashboards which are very specific to either user roles, user personas, or the level that you're responsible for as far as your operations go. And lastly, what I'd like to say is we've got something really unique. What we would really like to do, it would be an exciting opportunity to actually come in and do what we call a boot camp, which is essentially us requesting some of your data. We'll ingest it into our platform. We'll give you a tenant. We'll give you an environment with user credentials and a link. We come on site, walk you through everything that we've showed you, the data that we've ingested. We'll give you an overview of our platform, how we typically solve use cases. And really from there, then you're able to get access to our platform for a week, play around with it, and get a feel for how it is. And then really, hopefully, we can provide you a kind of long-term benefit over the course of your journey as well. So that's really all I have for you today. Again, thank you so much. Really looking forward to your questions.
Yeah. Any question?
Hello.
Oh, yes.
Have you implemented the silicon prediction model anywhere in India?
Yes, that was actually live in India. It's in Bokaro.
Bokaro.
Yes.
Any more question from the audience?
Yeah.
Which tool you are using to prediction of silicon steel and silicon percentage?
So these are our models. So there are essentially they're a combination of different models that we have. So for example, I think in the silicon prediction use case, there's 2 largely that we have used, XGBoost, LightGBM, but there's different variants of those as well that we typically deploy. It generally is never one model that you will have. It'll be, again, a combination because there are different aspects to it. Like I said, there is one which is certain sensing or soft sensing that is required. Then there is a prediction. And then there is the optimization based on which you're getting certain actions or outcomes that need to be executed on. So again, it's a combination of them. The models that you may use would also vary depending on the use case in terms of how you're setting certain parameters, how you're trying to optimize for certain outcomes as well, and what that problem statement is or the use cases in terms of the data sets that you have available, the frequency of that data. So there's several factors over there that typically are important to consider before you're actually specifically selecting a particular model, which again, you'd select based on certain training and testing methodologies that you'd apply.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I have a question here on stage.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Yeah. So you mentioned that you have used LLM for industrial applications, right?
Yeah.
So where exactly have you used? What's the use case?
So there's largely, the way we are, at least what we're hearing about and seeing with customers is largely 2 use cases today. One use case, and maybe I'll go back here, right, to just explain that a little bit. But there's 2 use cases.
It's okay, yeah.
Sure, there's 2 use cases that we have. One is purely on the predictive maintenance side of it, which is about conducting certain analyses. So for example, about getting insight. So getting for an alert, you're trying to actually dig deeper into understanding what, again, those contributing factors are, causes, recommendations are. And once you've identified, for example, a specific tag, right, or a parameter that is causing this anomalous behavior, you're then able to apply certain forecasting techniques. You can apply certain trends, and then actually specifically get an action that you may want to take, which you then typically are handing over or creating a workflow out of to one of our
Okay,
other
okay,
products.
I
So
got it.
essentially, just to very quickly answer it, it's an agentic approach to actually connect the dots from analysis through to workflows.
Yeah, solution. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's great. Thank. Yeah.
Is it use any rolling mill area for
Sir?
automation? Is it AI is used in any rolling mill area for automation, full automation?
Yes. So full automation
And
is...
where?
Yes, so there's several. I mean, so the two examples that I showed you was in the US, but that's with Novelis. So Novelis is the Aditya Birla Group company. Logan is another one in the US also where it's used. And
anywhere in India?
Yeah, there's several other applications that we've done with Tata Steel, SAIL, like I mentioned earlier as well. We've done it with Vedanta, and then we've done it with several others. We can always share a lot more about it. And that's in India and globally. Typically, just to kind of answer your question, which is full automation generally is a tricky statement, right? Because closing the loop requires a very high level of trust. I think change management is an important aspect from what we have seen. And so while the technology is there, we are doing closed loop in several plants globally. It's always a challenge to do that from a more kind of softer side in terms of full execution. But generally what we have seen works, at least to start off with, is running the tool alongside your existing systems to provide additional advice or feedback and inputs to your operators to help them make that decision as to what steps they need to take or how they need to take it. And then generally you're able to track, again, what the model recommended, what the actual was, what that deviation is. And then over time, you can start to take steps to actually truly understand, right, if there are certain tweaks you need to make, how much you want to rely or not rely on, model versus human. And then ultimately getting to a point where you're able to close the and kind of do that full automation piece that you were mentioning as well.
Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, thank you so much. Really appreciate the opportunity as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for such a nice presentation. Let us move on to the next presentation. Next presentation is from Loctite CM Corporation. I request the speakers to stick to the time schedule. As such, your presentations will be widely circulated among the members of RMOC. So you better spend more time on Q&A.
Right, thank you. So very, very good afternoon to each one of you. So today we are here just for this RMOC, 58 RMOC, and I want to thank organizers, SAIL management, ISCO management for giving us the opportunity to present here. So we are from Loctite, and we are working for the steel industry since last so many years successfully, and we developed applications. I am Alok Shende. I am based at Jamshedpur. I do take care for the steel business for the Loctite. I am here with my business partner, Mr. Kamat Gandhi. He is from CM Corporation, Kolkata. So this is what the Henkel is. Henkel is a global organization. We have the presence in 146 countries with the more than 50,000 of the employee force. We are successfully working towards the CO2 reduction, that is 55% we already achieved. We are successfully working on the various kind of social projects, more than 2,000 projects we are working. And we are having our commitment towards the engaging the women empowerment, and we empower 39% of the women globally. So not only globally, but in India also, we have a very strong presence with the Loctite brand, and we are manufacturing Loctite products in India. That is our commitment towards the Make in India this project. And we have the more than 1,000 plus employees over here. And this is the 30 years running. We are working in India. And this is 14% of the women empowerment in the India also. We are working with the all leading groups like JSW, Tata, ArcelorMittal, Aditya Birla, Reliance, IOCL, everywhere our presence is there for their critical applications. And in day-to-day maintenance operations, our teams, our engineers are working with them. So this is particularly a platform where we are presenting about the assembly maintenance opportunities for the steel applications and basically for the rolling mill applications also. So this is something that every rolling mill having the gearbox, and for those gearboxes, we need a lot of solutions. So thread locker, thread sealants, bearing retainers, grouting products and the bonding products are there to reduce the leakages, to reduce the vibration, to enhance the efficiency of complete gearbox, and to reduce the maintenance cost of that particular gearbox. Similarly, for the pumps also, we have the same thing. In the pump, there is an additional thing that we do the internal coating of the pump also, so that internal coating will help you to enhance the energy efficiency of the pump. So minimum 3 to 4% of the energy efficiency also we can deliver with the internal coating of the pumps. So if you have any scope to improve the energy efficiency, please give us an opportunity and we will come to you and we will deliver the things to you. So this is something, the application case histories are there, what we delivered to our different customers. We are not named customers, but if you want, we can discuss in one-to-one discussion where we did the application. So this is a ROT water tank. We did the internal coating of the water tank and increased the life 3 times so that it will be uninterrupted operations will be there. And this is we did with our Loctite PC7319. It's a chemical resistance coating, and we delivered with the customer as per the requirement. These are few more photographs from the different applications. Like we can see there are air receiver tanks, slurry tanks, acid tanks, cooling water pipelines. So these are having the similar kind of challenges that somewhere atmospheric corrosion is there, somewhere some internal corrosion is there. So we did the application with our chemical resistance coatings and we delivered the customer the life. At the same time, we able to successfully save the money also, because if you can see the longevity of the coating, it is very high. So the conventional process gives us the 1 year life around, and our product gives us the this around 3 to 4 times of the life. So your regular frequency of the coating or the painting is get reduced, and because of that there will be a direct saving for you, and this is how you can reduce the cost. So these are few more photographs for the similar kind of application. In first photograph you can see how the corrosion is there, that we have taken care, and then we did the coating on the surface to protect the pipelines. So similarly we did for the structures also, because steel structures are very important. They are carrying the equipments, and the strength of the steel structure determines that the strength of the plant. So this is the product, what we are actually working day in, day out with all the leading steel plants. This is the Loctite composite pipe repair system. We know that we have a huge pipelines in our plant, and those pipelines are getting thinning because of the operational challenges. And once it gets too much thin, then we observe the leakages over there. So when the leakages occurs, it's a totally failure, it's a challenge for everybody. Before leakage occur, we can do the strengthening of the pipeline with our Loctite glass carbon fiber resistance tape, and that can be impregnated with the Loctite adhesive, that is PC7210, and we can enhance the strength of the pipeline. Similarly, we can extend the life of the pipeline up to 20 years. So with different combination, we can work it out, and we can certificately, we can give you the guarantee for that. It can be increase the life for that particular period. So few photographs are there. So this is what the combination of the product. We have here the stall also in the stall hall. So I request everybody to please join us there also. We have the actual product over there, so you can have the feel of the product, and you can tell us about your challenges if you are having any in your plant. So this is the combination of the product of 3-4 products are there. Those products are getting applied as per the site requirement, and this is how we can increase the strength of the pipeline. So this is the data which customer has delivered to us, that by using the Loctite composite pipe repair system, they actually reduce the carbon footprint. So this is the data what we provided to customer about our product, that what is the carbon footprint in per kg basis, and customer is provided the data about their steel manufacturing, their steel production, that what is the kg carbon footprint for their steel production. And we calculated that for the 8,000 square meter, what is the saving of the carbon footprints. So it's a huge saving. You can see 5,83,600. It's a huge saving of the carbon footprints that we deliver to the customer. So this is not only the product that is increasing the life of the equipment, but it is also working towards the goal of the sustainability. So please give us an opportunity so that we can work it out for you also. So these are some application photographs. Some overhead tank suction pipes are there. These are the furnace cooling pipes, hearth area, cooling tower and utility pipes are there. So these all areas we are regularly work. These are some severe corrosion areas in our plant, like where we handle the CO gas lines. We have some gas holders are there. So everywhere the challenge was that it's too much corrosive or some leakages are there. So we delivered the application successfully, and now customer is working with that area. So these few more photographs are there, challenging applications, some buried pipelines are there, some cooling tower fan blade also we repaired, gas holder tanks are there, some gas area leakages are there. So all those are successfully repaired by our product, and we extended the life of the things. So if you have the repair, emergency repair also, for that also we have the product that is Loctite PC 5070 that can be applied instantly. It gets cured within minutes, within 5 to 10 minutes, and you can arrest the leakages at your site also. So these products are also available with us and available in our stall also, so you can have the feel of that products. So these are some applications from the civil area where we are working for the grouting applications, foundation coating application for the protection of the founding. Why grouting? By Loctite? Because if you go by the conventional process, to have the 60 to 70% of concrete strength, 3,000 to 4,000 psi, you need 7 to 8 days of curing. But with the Loctite, it will be delivered in 24 hours. That too, the compressive strength will be 13,000 to 15,000 psi. So it's a high compressive strength with reduced time of the curing, and you can start your operations, your equipments immediately after 24 hours. So these are some applications from the electrical department where we did the sealing of the cable entries, junction boxes, and we secured the motor bodies, protected the motor bodies with our coatings. So these are some products for the cleaning purpose. First product is a very beautiful product, that is Loctite Natural Blue 7840. Generally in maintenance, what we use, that is a diesel, which is a hydrocarbon. And this is the actual replacement of the Loctite diesel, Loctite 7840. And by using Loctite 7840, again, you can work on towards the goal of sustainability, and you are reducing the CO2 footprint. Because it is a biodegradable product, so it will not harm, and immediately it will reduce the consumption of the diesel also. So this is a product which you can recommend for your cleaning purpose for all type of applications. So these are few more products what we are using, like for loosening of the nut bolts, for freeze and release, for the reducing the temperature of the shaft from up to the sub-zero temperature, and so that you can open it easily. So these are the few more products which you can refer for your maintenance purpose. This is a product that is a marine grade NTCs, highly required for any mill, because most of the mill nut bolts are subjected to the water, and because of that it gets seized. So for that you can use Loctite 8023, that is a marine grade NTCs. Actually we use it for the marine applications, but here you can use because it is having the excellent lubricity, prevents galvanic corrosion, and superior water spray resistance. So this water spray resistance is there, so that will help you to not get to secure your bolts from seizing because of the water splash. So this is a product that you can use for your applications. It is already being used at the ISP Burnpur, and we can replicate this particular case study to all of you so that you can also use it. So these are the more than 120 applications we are regularly working with the steel plants. So details are available at our counter, and I am very much thankful to each one of you for patience listening, and very much open for the questions and answers. Thank you.
Thank you. The house is open for Q&A.
Sir. Excuse me.
So for pipeline repair, what is the working pressure of the pipeline?
Sir, we tested our this Loctite composite pipe repair system, and we tested it for the leakage condition and up to the 100 kg pressure.
Okay.
So where the leak was occurred, at that place we wrapped the system pipeline and then we tested it.
Do you have any product for these hydraulic lines, say working pressure of 130 or 200 bar?
For hydraulic lines, we need to check, sir, because oil is a difficult area where we need to check.
Okay, thank you.
Right, thank you. So any more questions? Up to the 100 degree we have the product, and recently we launched a new range of the product that is from the CSNRI. There we are working up to the 256 degrees centigrade. So that capability we have, sir. Online, when we are doing the application, pressure should be less. After application, it will be, you can work it up to the 10 kg, more than 10 kg, sir.
When you are applying it, that time you have to reduce the pressure to how much?
Up to the 1 kg, sir.
1 kg.
Yes. So because this is application is a manual application, so for that we need some low pressure. But still we are looking forward with the CSNRI, and we are taking some new product into our basket. After that we can work it up to the 6 kg. Some clamps are there we are introducing. But it is still having the time for that.
Okay.
So if there is no more question, then we can move on to the next presentation.
Yeah,
Thank you once again for such a nice presentation, and specifically for sticking to the schedule. Now we have a presentation from Shanti Gears. Please.
Good afternoon to all. Good afternoon to the committee members and myself, Divagar, representing Shanti Gears. I'm from marketing, sales and marketing, and Mr. Murli.
Hi, good afternoon.
So thank you, sir. Thanks for this opportunity to represent or to explain about our capability, manufacturing capabilities and credentials to you all. We'll go for a presentation.
Slide changes.
Yeah, it's there. Thank you. Okay, so the Shanti Gears, it comes under Murugappa Group. So it's a 124 years old company, and the consolidated turnover around 74,000 crore. And under Murugappa, 9 listed companies, and Shanti Gears is one among that. And it represented 18 in manufacturing, 18 countries, and more than 90 manufacturing locations are there. So we are located in Coimbatore, and as you are aware, Coimbatore is South Manchester of India. It's basically a textile hub. So we started to supply in 1969 as a small textile gears. We manufacture the textile gear and we supply to the textile industry. So then slowly we started in manufacturing of warm gearboxes, and in 1986 we listed in equity shares, and after that we started manufacturing industrial gearboxes. So after that we taken the ISO certifications, and in 2012 it has been acquired by the Murugappa Group. Then after that in 2020 it has been separated as a 2 business unit. One is with the gearbox and one more is with the service and warm geared motor. Division to have a more focus on the product as well as on to the reaching to the customer. These are our certifications. We can proudly say that we are the first in India to take the NADCAP certification for the heat treatment process. It's one of the mandatory to supply the railway gears. And we have separate certification for aerospace supplying and railway, IRS railway components. Okay, so we have a catalog products, we have a customized build products and gears which we supply for OEM supplies. So catalog product we have been supplying for a lot of OEMs. So OEM can able to select their gearboxes with their requirement. Whereas in customized product like for rolling mills, 3 pin in-chain gearbox or cooling tower gearbox or VRM gearbox, it's all customized against a customer requirement. As well as if you want to replace any existing also, it comes under the customized build product. And internal gears which supply for different applications for railway gears and compressors, lot of applications, only if you want any internal gears, we can able to supply. So our presence in most of all the segments, and we just shown in a pie chart. So out of that, around 40% of business is coming from, 40% of business coming from a steel segment. Now I will explain about the manufacturing capabilities of our company. So we have our own foundry, so in which both ferrous and non-ferrous castings can be done. And in ferrous, we can go for SGIN and as well as grey cast iron. And single pieces, about 1,500 kilo capacity, we can able to do it. A small video is there, okay. So non-ferrous, which is a phosphorus bronze, as well as the aluminum bronze, which can be manufactured. And for our all arm gearboxes, we are manufacturing in-house. And this is the some items which we are supplying for the crushing applications. And second is hobbying. We have about 11 CNC hobbying machine centers and 1 spiral cutting machines. And maximum we can able to manufacture 2.4 meter gear in the CNC and 3.2 meter in the conventional type. So this is a special machine which we bought for the one-time supply. See, we are capable of supplying a lot of indigenous components. And for the internal gears, every time if you want to manufacture a special gear, we want to order for the cutter, so which takes a long lead time. So this is the DMG morging machine, which we can do the milling as well as the turning operation, which we can able to do the profile milling also. So this will reduce the time, delivery time, as well as the component reliability also will be good. And this is the in-house heat treatment process, which we got a recent NADCAP certifications. We have a 9 fit type electrical furnaces, which is an online process, which will be controlled by SCADA control. And this is a grinding machine, grinding operation machines. So around 17 grinding machines are there. It plays a vital role in the gear life. So we have one spiral grinding machines also, and as well as 17 gear grinding machines. Maximum up to 2.4 meter gear can be machined here. So coming to QA inspections, so we will have a process inspections in each and every stage, as well as all the gearboxes. We do manufacturing of around 600 gearboxes per month, and all the gearboxes will go for a no-load run test for a minimum of 2 hours to maximum 4 hours, and in which the backlash and center distance, everything will be tested. So we'll explain about the credentials only in the steel segment, which will be taken care by mostly.
Thank you, Mr. Devagar. See, henceforth we are going to see that what are the gearboxes which we are planned, already dispatched and currently in the productions for the critical applications in the steel industry. So if you are right, start from the crane duty, we are doing the gearboxes for main hoist and cross travel and wrong travel, even up to 450 tons and 350 tons also. And these are the maximum, as of now we have done 450 ton crane, main hoist gearboxes, and some gearboxes have a differential unit also. And some, except the gearboxes, we are planning with the couplings, brace frames, and motor. Along with this kit, we are supplying for the conveyor applications in the same steel rolling mill. And coming to the sponge irons, we have supplied the sponge iron gearboxes for heavy-duty applications. And for AOD vessel tilting planetary gearboxes around of 13-ton weight and a torque carrying capacity of 10 lakh Newton meters. And coming to the similar to that, this is also one of the ladle tilting gearboxes which we are supplying for the OEM. And this is one which gearboxes for the blooming mill application. If you see, the motor power is around of 3,100 kilowatt. The weight of the gearbox is around of 55 tons. And this is one of the BRM stand number 14. The gearbox is having a 2-speed and the vertical downwards. The criticality of the gearbox, if you see in a single line, is around of 7 to 8 numbers of bearing, and design as well as the manufacturing of the particular line is a more critical. And as well as you know that vertical gearboxes, the vertical 2 roller shafts maintaining the flange, which is going to be connected to your cardan shaft, as well as the sealing, mechanical sealing would be a more critical to design as well as the manufacturing. We have done, this is for JSW and even SAIL and DSP also. And moreover, we are doing this horizontal gearbox in the vertical kind of configurations. We are supplying for the 2-3 OEMs, total stand number 1 to 19. It is a configuration of helical as well as the bevel. This is also similar, stand number 2 and 4V. This is we are supplied for the SAIL-ISP. Coming to the things, this is shear gearboxes. Shear gearboxes with the flywheel and encoder applications, everything integrated part of the gearboxes. And coming to the block mill, we are doing that bevel helical gearbox, and the distributor gearbox also. Here in India, we are the only player. We are grinding the gear up to 1 meter bevel. And here the kind of class of accuracy, we are achieving DIN class 5. Since you know the block mill is always operating around from 3000 RPM to 7000 RPM based on the mill configurations. See, coming to the block mill and wire rod mill, this is normal designs of 2 high pinion stand, 3 high pinion stands, and 2 high pinion stand alone. This is nowadays it's like our standard products. We are designed and manufactured a number of things to various different kind of mills. So this is coming to the stand number 12 and H and V. This is a configuration for horizontal as well as the vertical. If the horizontal mill will runs, the power will goes for the below 2 shafts. If the vertical will runs, the power will go from the top side. So it can be both operating for the horizontal as well as the vertical. So this is a clutch mechanism based on the changing of those levers, the transmission is going to be changed. This is a stand number 14 H and V. Here is a little different. This gearbox can be mounting in the vertical as well as the horizontal also based on the line production. Coming to the coal saw, this is a very critical gearbox. You know the coal saw, it's having a very minimum number of black colors which is required. At the same time, we have developed the gearbox along with the braking system also. This is also one type of a batch cutter gearboxes. In this unique is the gearbox itself, it is going to be move along with the machine. Here, the backlash mechanism, each shaft, we are providing some hydraulic mechanism, introduce that and reducing our backlash, whereby I can able to cutting accuracy can be improved. So coming to the flat products, we are doing a lot of gearboxes for the uncoiler, recoilers, and flatteners and all. So the same uncoiler and recoiler, if you see, we are developing the total CD of 1845 and even the small CD of 250. At the same, the mechanism we can able to develop as well as the hand lever as well as the pneumatic system also. By the way, you can able to controlling this speed changing mechanism instead of manual, you can able to use pneumatic system where thereby you can able to get the 2 different speeds in the same gearbox. This is one of the gearbox which we developed for the stamping application for coke oven plant. Here you will aware of this, that the symmetricity of this both output shaft is very critical to maintaining the existing machines. This is another model of stamping gearbox. So for all the gearboxes having a oil lubrication, but here the gearbox is having a grease lubrication, that is also a centralized one. Coming to the withdrawal straightening, so this is, that heat, temperature and all huge. For the lubrication things, we are creating a new pumps inside to the gearbox, which doesn't have required any power, only circumferential velocity by the way the pump is working to provide the lubrication to the top bearing. Similarly, the small size of bevel planetary gearboxes, that's also for the billet withdrawal. And these are all for the tube mills. We are providing the leveler gearboxes and multi-output gearboxes. So these are all the some gearboxes which we are supplying for the same tube mill and cutters. The cutters gearboxes also, which is having a 2-speed mechanism, the same levers and pneumatic systems also can be provided. And currently we are developing the huge gearboxes for cinder plant. It is currently in the production stage. Almost the weight is almost 15 tons and the torque is 68 lakh Newton meter. And currently, these two gearboxes are currently under in the production. This is a gearboxes for the torpedo drives. And we have one small case study. See, as of now, we are doing the pipings and all. It is an inbuilt to the gearboxes. During your maintenance and all, if you want to remove the pipings or whether you want to check how the proper lubrication has to be carried out or not, you have to open the casing, then only you can able to remove the piping. But here we have done how to eliminate this, how I can able to remove the piping without dismantling the gearbox. So that is a way we are designed this our pipings. So we have some flange or window type of things will be there. If you are removing those flange and window, the total pipe can be extracted from the casing. So whether you have been able to check whether the nozzle is anything chokes will be there, any nozzle you can able to modify, then you can modify without changing the or without opening the casings. And similar kind of helical product, we are also having a geared motor for inline applications, bevel geared motors and parallel geared motors for the cranes and roller tables also. These are some of the credentials which we are given the geared motors for roller table applications. And one more thing, as Mr. Divar mentioned, we are supplying the gears alone for the various applications. This is one of the critical applications. All Vande Bharat train will be running by Shanti gears.
Thank you, Murali. So I'll quickly go for this gearbox refreshment and service, what we did. We have a separate brand for refurbishment that is called gearbox, Shanti Rebuild. So we can do the online AMC, AMC and we can do the manpower deployment also. We can able to help you if you have a casings and internals, we want help us to for the assembly, that also we can able to do it. So as Murali told, most of the gearbox are indigenous gearbox. We can able to do the reverse engineering for a complete product as well as the internal items also. And these are the, we did only the assembly part, the casings and internals are with the customer. So we completed the assembly and we tested it.
Sorry to interrupt you, but we are running short of time.
That's only
so,
right.
Yeah.
So 2 slides. Actually, I'm seeing Sir to just to have how much time it will be there. He's keep on counting the time. So I will finish in 2 slides, sir. So just to show what is the first time in India. So this is the indigenous gearboxes which developed in India. It's the first time. And this is the service which we did in Nalco, Damanji. And around 14 days we are completed taking out the gearbox and we completed the reassembly. This is also first time in India for the windmill gearboxes. And this one, we have a separate link in the website which is called a tech support, which you can able to upload if you have any technical need, any technical solutions, or you have any requirement also, you can able to post it. So why Shanti? We are indigenous, completely the indigenous end-to-end solution which can able to provide starting from the manufacturing and testing, everything is indigenous. We can able to, it will help us to further servicing in a better way in delivering as well as the quality maintaining also. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Is there any question from the audience? So if there is no question, then we can move on to the next presentation. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot for such a wonderful presentation. The next presentation is from Bharat Rolls. As we are running short of time, I would request the speakers to speed it up a little bit.
So when the presentation is loading, I request all of the participants to fill the format which was given to you, each shop and each plant.
Good afternoon. At the outset, I'd like to thank ISP management to give us opportunity to join in this 58th operating committee meeting. Rolling Mills operating committee meeting is a really good platform for learning. I am associated somehow with this RMOC meeting, I think since 1985, and maybe I have covered 50% of the RMOC in different capacity. Anyway, coming to today's presentation, we are going to present on behalf of Bharat Roll Industry Private Limited. Bharat Roll is a major roll manufacturer in India, and next. And it has started its journey about 5 decades back, when the integrated steel plant came into existence in the 1960s. Then the requirement of rolls were felt heavily, and to create and to supply that demanding needs, Bharat Roll started its manufacturing. And our roadmap of the presentation will be like this. First is Bharat Roll's introductions, our capacity, what we can manufacture, what we can give service to our customer. Next one. This I told. Our annual capacity is around 17,000 metric ton, and we produce rolls from 50 kg to 15 ton, 30 tons. And we are based in Eastern India, basically. And our head office is based in Calcutta. Though our presence is felt throughout the globe, we are supplying rolls to almost all the continents, maybe except Australia and New Zealand. Our rolls are going to USA, Canada, European countries, and Asia and Africa. Definitely we are one of the major suppliers. Manufacturing facilities. And manufacturing facilities. Now I request Mr. Manos Chakraborty, our colleague, to continue. He is basically from Bharat Rolls, and he is there since long time. I joined recently, so I request Mr. Manos Chakraborty to continue.
Thank you, Mr. Datta. And before I carry on, I'd like to add 2 things. First of all, it's a privilege that we have completed 50 years of our manufacturing facilities, 50 years of the company. And we are really proud for all of your support from the industry. Secondly, we are the only manufacturing company which has been there, and we are manufacturing high-speed steel rolls. We have already supplied high-speed steel roll, the first PSU, East Coast Steel Plant. And our second order from the PSU is Bhilai Steel Plant. Apart from this, we have already manufactured 450 numbers of high-speed steel rolls and supplied to various organizations. and they are running successfully. So this is our achievement during last 3 years. Also, we are going to manufacture high-speed steel roll for the flat products. Let's see what happens, and we are really hopeful for this. These are the manufacturing facilities. We have the melting furnace, 2 numbers, 15 metric ton, and 10 metric tons, 1 number, medium frequency, 5 metric ton, 4 numbers, 3 metric ton, 1 numbers. There are the foundry setups with molding dry oven, 60 metric tons, 2 numbers, gas-fired, 20 metric ton, 2 numbers, oil-fired. Heat treatment facilities, machine shops, and CNC lathes, horizontal boring machine, plano milling, like this. There are the quality control and testing facilities, analytical chemical laboratory, spectrometer, eco-tape hardness, ultrasonic testing machine, research machine shop, radiation pyrometer, portable pyrometer, and all mechanical instrument related like vernier calipers, different gauges, micrometers, etc. These are basically a quality assurance plan, how after getting orders, raw material procurement, then melting, then comes the casting, rough machining, heat treatment facilities. Now, coming back to heat treatment facilities, these are one of the most critical part for manufacturing, roll manufacturing. For rolls for ICDP and SG rolls, it needs stress relieving. For steel rolls, and especially high-speed steel rolls, it's a very critical and multi-stage heat treatment is required. So there's the most critical part of roll manufacturing is heat treatment. Then final machining and inspection and quality control. Inspection plays a very important role before supplying a roll to the mill. Because once it reaches to the customer end, there is an inspection, of course, but internal defects are basically sorted out in the 0-0 in our in-house product, in-house inspection team. So it's our primary responsibility before it is dispatched from our plant, so that it doesn't create any issues in the mill. Basically, this is the quality assurance plan, how it is done step by step. One is from marketing, receipt of order, review of quality, assessment of the roll quality requirement. Now, we are facing another problem is roll quality requirement. Apart from this segment of customer, there are 2 segments of customer. One is very much the steel plants. They are very much equipped. They have all the set plans. What type of quality of rolls is required for what type of, which stands. But for other customers, which is slightly in a different shape, they are not properly equipped. They ask for us the quality. So it is sometimes it comes our responsibility to give them, to suggest them the proper quality of roll requirement depending on their applications. So that is also a bigger part for our quality control department to suggest the exact roll quality depending on the exact application. Then comes preparation of mold assembly is the foundry part. It comes setting up the foundry, molding and other parameters, painting, mold painting, desired bath chemistry is adjusted, finalization of the required chemistry, and tapping and the pouring temperature. That is all decided by our metallurgists, and we have a set of metallurgists, those who are extremely equipped and experienced. These are the different quality assurance plan process. Another part is getting the feedback from the customer. That is also a part of our quality department and marketing department also. And this gives us a boost, a thrust to go ahead with further development wherever it is required. These are the roll grades which we manufacture for ICDP, for flat products, ICDP. This is the cycle time basically. This is a barrel diameter, minimum 250 and maximum 1250 we manufacture. The barrel length and the finished weight. For adamite, ager, high chrome steel, high chrome iron, enhanced carbide, for flat products. For long products, adamite, static cast, graphitic steel also static cast, SG static cast and spin cast also both. Grain IC. Then this is also the flat products rolls, roughing stands, adamite, high chrome steel. High chrome steel we are manufacturing for last 5 to 6 years, and we got success. Now coming back to rolls for long products. These are the normal rolls, indefinite chill roll with low alloyed, indefinite chill high alloyed, IC grain rolls, burlitic and acicular roll, cast steel base, alloy steel base, graphitic steel, high speed steel. High speed steel rolls are nowadays a requirement by all the all the steel plants basically to avoid, to reduce the roll changing time and to get increased past life. In this point, we are extremely successful, and especially from ISCO steel plant, we got a very good result. So we feel that that is one of our greatest achievement from the first PSU of our supply. These are the continuous change in mill requirements that we are facing now. Demand for higher productivity, thinner gauge rolling, faster speed of rolling, prolonged campaign life. That what I told that for long product rolling also. Demand for less downtime. That is also a challenge for all the roll manufacturers. Improved mill cooling and conditions, energy saving, high compressive strength and high thermal load. These are all comparison. What we have received, we have not mentioned the name of the customer. This is what we have received, the performance level from high chrome iron grade rolls from different type of mill. Starting from 7,000, that's the highest performance what we received, to up to 3,375, 2,200, 2,400. I'd just like to mention that recently in JSOL Angul, we have supplied several rolls in their mill, hot strip mill by SMS, where our average performance is quite good, which is in between 3,000 to 4,000. It's quite good. Sorry. They are the rolls for long product. Alloy cast steel, alloy steel base, graphitic steel. standard shell chemistry and microstructure. Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir. We are running short of time.
Oh,
Could you
yeah,
please
sure.
wind up?
This is alloy steel based roll for long product, graphitic steels, including microstructures. The rolls for long product, indefinite shield rolls, ferroidal graphite rolls. I'll just go pass on through very fast. The improvement over the years, what we have done. If you want, I can share with the presentation to all of you so that you can go through minutely the casting process where we have done some improvement and improvement for enhanced ICDP. Which are the actions we have taken, ICDP and enhanced ICDP. Now coming back to high-speed steel roll, we are still doing a lot of research and development and to get successful. Recently, we have introduced some gas-fired furnace to give the much better strength, much better internal strength, as well as the shell strength for high-speed steel rolls. Getting the hardness is a challenge for all the steel high-speed HSS roll manufacturer. This is in a nutshell our presentation. So thank you very much for the support we have received. Thank you, sir.
Before we formally stop the presentation, I like to mention 2-3 things. One thing, there are a lot of development from manufacturing side to have better roll life, to reduce mill downtime. But all of this you can realize when proper roll care and roll management is there in the customer side. If that part is not looked after, then the benefit of the development through new development, new material, new technology, that cannot be realized. It will only be realized when there will be proper roll cooling, where there is needed proper roll lubrication is there, and when there will be proper redressing. So all the combination, your material, technology development, and roll care and roll management will give you the desired result. Thank you very much.
I completely support Mr. Datta. There is another part which sometimes we have seen that overuse of roll, which is not at all recommended, which gives a very poor roll life and very poor roll surface condition. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for such a wonderful presentation.
Any question?
Is there any question? As I told you earlier, the presentation will be circulated within RMOC WhatsApp group. We will upload it into a cloud and then we'll share the link. So, if there is no question, is there any question? Yeah, please.
If there is no
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot. So the next presentation is from Infinite Uptime India Private Limited.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Ronak, founder of Infinite Uptime. So just a quick introduction. So my background, myself, I'm a BTech, MTech from IIT Madras, and then did my PhD at UC Berkeley before starting this company, Infinite Uptime. Today, Infinite Uptime is at the forefront in plant digitization, specifically for plant reliability in a lot of process industries. Right? We have digitized over 580 plants as we stand today. More than 75,000 hours of documented downtime hours have been saved, using our system by our customers. We have a very strong, AI and prediction mechanism, standing at about 99.96% of accuracy, which is what we deliver as part of our diagnostic system. So quickly, I'll just give a context of why we started this company and where we are today in terms of an impact. So in 2018, when we started actually working with the process industries, we noticed a few main problems and challenges when it comes to actually improving plant reliability, right? Number one, heavy capex requirement for any sort of monitoring system, online system, prediction system. And this was always a very big challenge in terms of adoption of technology. Typically, the entire model was sensorization, then an IT project, then some sort of a monitoring system on top of that. Most products were imported or white labeled that were being used in the industry. Most of the prevailing condition in predictive analytics and reliability was based on threshold analysis and tripping, right? So threshold-based alerts and tripping. This was the standard mechanism. Everything was offline, so we had people walking around with instruments going to every single machine to understand the condition of that machine, to see whether the gearbox is in good condition or the motor is in good condition. And we were just seeing the digital wave starting in certain other industries like banking and finance and consumers, right? So if you see the impact today in the industry, and we're talking about steel industry in India specifically, if you want to take that as an example, being relevant today, you can see that there is by far across the country multiple companies who have come up in this space, and there is a clear move from this heavy capex kind of requirement to a scalable, zero risk OPEX, what we call operational expense model, for reliability in plants. And this includes reliability for even the most critical assets in all, whether it's blast furnace, whether it's the mills, whether it's SMS, whether it's cranes, everything is now available in a scalable, zero risk OPEX model, right? So the risk element has completely gone away. That's the first impact. Second is the models have evolved and changed to what is called outcome-based models. So basically, SLAs or service level agreements, right? When it is an OPEX model, you actually have a service level, right? The accuracy of prediction has to be of a certain level. There cannot be breakdowns beyond a certain level. All these are now defined as part of these kind of reliability contracts. So the whole game has changed from supplying sensors and then you figure out what to do with that data to actually owning that outcome. What is the outcome? Reliability and no breakdowns. Now we have made in India technology. Everything used to be imported. Everything was extremely expensive and capex. Now that game has changed. In plant reliability today across the industry, you have made in India technology which is available, which is better, which is cost effective and can actually deliver solutions across the steel industry. Everything has moved from the typical traditional threshold-based alerts, tripping, kind of mechanism to AI-based analytics. We are now getting diagnostics, predictions, analytics months in advance. You don't have to worry about tripping the machine anymore. Tripping is a very reactive mode when it's almost about to fail. Advanced analytics, which can tell you months in advance that a bearing is about to fail, that a coupling is about to fail, that there's a problem in the gearbox, in the gear mesh, right? This has completely changed the way reliability is functioning now. Now the kind of reliability and the kind of accuracy of these AI models over the last several years, it has improved to a point where you're talking about 99.96% accuracy of predictions, which means you have a 0.04% chance of a breakdown happening when you're using a reliability solution. And digitization today has become a standard practice in the core industry. This is also a significant change that has happened in the last few years. So, coming back to what exactly infinite uptime does in this space and this impact that has been created, Infinite Uptime was one of the pioneers in changing this and bringing this transformation from what we saw in 2018 to what we are today in 2025. And we do two main things. One is plant reliability. We ensure 99% plus reduction in unplanned downtime. So unplanned downtime, gearbox failures, motor breakdowns, bearing failures, coupling failures is a thing of the past now. Ensuring minimal man-machine interface time. So now you don't have to go to the machine. You don't have to go to the equipment to understand what's actually happening. The equipment is actually communicating directly with you. And the other piece is to reduce the overall cost of production, which is the energy consumption per ton of steel produced. These are two areas that we focus on at Infinite Uptime. So we work with a lot of companies in the process industry. Steel is a large vertical for us. We work with over 120 steel plants. But just to highlight, just an example, JSW Steel, as an example, has been one of the pioneers in utilizing digital reliability technology. And they have avoided over 10,000 hours of unplanned downtime by taking actions based on predictive analytics, based on advanced insights, and that has significantly enhanced their reliability. So key specialties in the way Infinite Uptime actually delivers the solution. So number one is a very KPI ownership outcome-based approach, where we actually work with you on MTBF and reliability metrics for the plant or for the equipment and for the line, and actually work to reduce that completely. So it's a service-based model, an ownership-based model. Secondly, it's a digital-first approach. So the entire approach is based on using AI and digital technologies to deliver value. Third is it's a full stack solution. So Infinite Uptime manufactures sensors, makes the entire system, builds the entire full stack, deploys the solution, has a software platform, has an AI engine, which delivers insights on which steel industry plant users actually act upon it and take the necessary decisions. And finally, we have a shared success model, which means everything is very transparent with visible metrics. So every time a fault is diagnosed, whether the fault was actually present in the equipment or not present in the equipment, is actually transparently tracked so that both the users as well as us, we learn from that and we improve, so that we constantly improve the way in which we deliver our results. And finally, we have a shared accountability model, right? So we have SLAs in terms of false positives and false negatives, and if you don't deliver as per those SLAs, there's a penalization. At the same time, there's a reward. And this ensures that we are both owning the same outcome. Both the users in the plant as well as our team are actually working towards the same goal. So these are the different types of sensing technologies that we are now making in India. So for the first time in India, piezoelectric technology is being made and delivered within the country. This was otherwise typically imported from either Europe or the US. And there are two types of technologies, piezoelectric as well as MEMS technology, which are used across various types of equipment. What you can see on the right-hand side is a motor and a driven equipment, and you can see the sensors that are actually deployed on these equipment. And the piezoelectric technology is specifically designed and innovated on to deliver at very complex applications, especially when you look at rolling mills, high temperatures, high speeds, complex gear trains, lots of water or coolant splashing on the equipment. So very harsh conditions in which the systems have to work. So that is something that is done as well. So talking a little bit about the solutioning aspect itself. So the solution architecture that we use typically is a combination of process insights as well as equipment data, right? So what you can see is, for a typical application, this is like a ROT runout table that you can see. We have a piezoelectric technology that we deploy on the equipment itself, which is all the motors, the rolls, the gearboxes. And the data from the PLC of the equipment is also taken together along with this information of the equipment to accurately diagnose and predict what is going to happen in that piece of asset. After that, there are two things that happen, right? One is you have an AI copilot, an AI system which is actually running algorithms on top of this to predict and pinpoint what fault is going to happen when in which machine, and that is diagnosed and given. That is also supplemented by a 24/7 diagnostic team. This is a 3-shift diagnostic team working round the clock and ensuring that there is no equipment that is missed out at any point of time, so that there is no sudden breakdown at even midnight. So customers are rest assured that even at midnight, on weekends, on holidays, the equipment are being monitored 24/7. There's not a single moment that the equipment is not being monitored.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
It's such a wonderful presentation. Could you please wind up? We are running short of time.
Yeah. So I think just last couple of slides. So just to give an example, we deploy solutions specifically for rolling mills as well. Typically, it's a combination of both the information from the equipment as well as the information from the process. So typically, information from equipment are the vibration, temperature, RPM from all the various rolls, from the various gearboxes, from the motors, from all the bearing points. We also integrate that with the actual parameters of the process, like the slab inlet temperature, the cooling temperature, the mill speed, water inlet and outlet temperature, and also online oil condition monitoring. So, knowing the actual condition of the oil that is being used in real time is also part of the solution. So this together gives a holistic solution for ensuring zero breakdown in the rolling mill as such. So basically eliminating all motor and gearbox failures, mill stand failures, especially the rolls, eliminating coupling failures. So coupling failure is also one of the big problems, especially the gear couplings. Then oil and lubrication induced failures. So a lot of time when the oil gets contaminated, that itself induces a lot of failures in the equipment. Then eliminating overload due to lower than expected billet temperatures, which are going to impact the rolls, and ensure sufficient cooling across the rolls to extend the equipment life. So once you have a good reliability solution in place, automatically the life of all the rolls and life of all the equipment automatically gets extended. And similarly, for the same kind of approach we use for applications like cranes. So crane is also a very complex application, and we use a combination of, again, the equipment data as well as the process data from the crane application to actually reliably monitor and ensure the highest level of performance for the crane. So all primary and secondary gearboxes, motors, LT wheels, couplings, the main rope drum, the hoist, and also ensuring that process-induced or operation-induced failures do not occur. Because most of the failures in cranes, as we know, are operation-induced rather than actual life of the equipment. And so a combination of process as well as equipment data can actually deliver a holistic solution in terms of reliability and performance for complex applications like cranes and rolling mills. So that is all from my side. If there are any questions, happy to take.
Is there any question from the audience?
Principle is we use a piezoelectric crystal with the principle of relative stress, which generates a charge, and then the charge is amplified, which is then converted into voltage, which is then directly proportional to the relative stress.
Okay. And what is the difference in terms of life?
Piezo versus what? MEMS.
Another one.
The MEMS technology. MEMS. So MEMS is chip-based, basically. It is electronic-based. It's like your mobile phone. So a mobile phone also collects data, processes data, transfers data, right? So it's basically very similar. So whatever is the life of your phone, but running continuously, transmitting continuously, reading continuously. So typically you have a lower life when it comes to MEMS technology, like typical electronics. Piezoelectric is material property based, so typically has a much, much longer life. And it's much more robust. It can work in harsh conditions, high temperatures. It doesn't have the restrictions that electronics has. So electronics cannot run at very high temperatures. Electronics gets degraded at certain harsh environments. When it's transmitting and communicating data, it requires a plastic cover, right, to communicate. Otherwise, the Wi-Fi transmission won't work. So, plastic again has its own restrictions in, you can't use it in ROT rolls. You can't use it in PAP, phosphoric acid plants, or sulfuric acid plants, or steam fans in SMS plant, for example, right? So these are a lot of limitations where piezo actually is a right solution.
Okay, thank you.
What all were the KPIs? Some example of what were the KPIs once you had an agreement with GSW, and what were the actual results?
So the results I showed you. So basically, see, finally, as an outcome of reduction in downtime and elimination of breakdowns, utilization rate of about 2 to 2.5% across mills is something that has been verified.
Sir, can you show the dashboard? Also one query, for MEMS technology, what is the accuracy of the alarming?
Sorry,
for MEMS technology, alarming accuracy?
Alarming accuracy?
Yes.
No, see, so MEMS
can you show your dashboard for MEMS technology?
Dashboard I think we'll show separately, maybe
Okay.
at the booth that we have. But MEMS technology, in the range that it works well, which is within its temperature range, within the conditions that it works well, it has good accuracy in terms of predicting the faults. For example, very slow speed equipment. Piezoelectric again is the right solution. You can't use MEMS for 5 RPM and 10 RPM kind of gearbox output applications. Crane, SMS crane, for example, it has to be piezoelectric. Like mills, rolling mills especially, ROT rolls, rolling mill applications, piezoelectric is the right. So choosing the right technology is very important when you're designing the solution for a reliability.
Okay. For wireless technology, what technology you are using? MEMS technology, mesh technology, or NFC connection, or Wi-Fi connection?
So when it comes to wireless, then it is Wi-Fi and Wi-Fi mesh. These are the two that we use. But the kind of information that is being transferred, right, in this for reliability, basically you're talking about vibrations, acoustics. They are very high frequency in nature. So typically in high frequency applications like this, you cannot use communication which is very low bandwidth. So you can't use LoRa, you can't use NB-IoT is not a great use case for application. Also, these are variable speed, variable load. So in variable speed, variable load applications, things are changing constantly, and the fault initiation can happen anytime during a variable load application. So continuous monitoring is also very critical. So wireless monitoring, periodic monitoring is useful in applications which are fixed speed, fixed load, like cooling tower fans, right? Those are good examples. Boiler feed pumps.
Thank you.
Any more question? I have a question. See, in the long list of clientele that you have shown in the slide, I doubt whether SAIL was appearing anywhere there, right? No.
SAIL is not appearing as of right now.
No, in fact, we had a project in one of the steel plants. In one of the cinder plants, we had used.
We have very small deployments, I think, in SAIL.
Yeah.
The ones which I showed are fairly large, more than 1,000, 2,000, points. Otherwise, the others, I think with SAIL we've only smaller projects.
Around, couple of sensors.
Yeah, small projects. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. Okay.
Thanks a lot for such a wonderful presentation. Yeah. Next, there is a slight change in the schedule. We have one more presentation. So I request the speaker to limit presentation to 10 minutes, We are already running short of time.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for 58th RMOC for giving us an opportunity, extended opportunity to present our lubrication solutions for the steel industries. I am Manjunath, accompanied by Mr. Santosh, representing Dropsai India. Dropsa is basically an manufacturing into lubrication system, centralized lubrication system. We are based in Milan, Italy. We are almost 79-year-old in the lubrication business. We started our Indian facility in 2015 and completed 10 years of operation in India. Having a global presence, more than 30 countries, we started supplying to the most of the industries, start from the machine tools, steel, construction, mobile equipment, tire industries. Across all business segments, wherever we have the moving parts, we have a lubrication solution for those applications. As an overview, we have a different types of lubrication systems. Out of that, for the steel industries, basically it goes for total loss lubrication. In that, we have oil lubrication and grease lubrication. And recently, the trend has come with an air oil system for the rolling mills. When it comes to the grease lubrication, basically the lubrication system categorized into different types. The progressive and the two-line systems are the major two systems. It goes with a grease. And the next one, it goes with a air oil system. And again, it's a combination of the air and oil. Since as we are running out of the time, I will just go through the principle of operation in the progressive lubrication system, wherein you will have a centralized pump, and after that you have a progressive divider which divides the grease or the oil to the depending on the number of lubrication points. Since, as you can see, start from the beginning of the lubrication system, I think more than 100 years old, we were using this monoblock, which is having a single inlet and different outlets that will connect to the bearing points. As the trend goes on, since for the replacement of this monoblock distributor is a time consuming, and again it goes for the attraction of the contamination during the changing of the tubes. We have come out with modular and the semi-modular progressive dividers, wherein it comes with individual elements that connect to the lubrication points. Whenever there is a maintenance of when there is a blockage in the line, when you want to replace it, you have to just replace the top element which goes with a blockage, rather than the complete replacement of the progressive divider. This is one of the major advantages when it comes to the modular technology from DROPSA. When it comes to the two-line system, it goes for where the number of lubrication points are scattered in the larger area. So in such cases, the progressive system or the small system that cannot be accommodated. So like in the beginning, we used to have this grease lubrication or the two-line system for the rolling mills that can cater to even to the 300 or 400 lubrication point in one stretch. We have the solution in the two-line system. The major two components is pump and the two-line distributor. The pump, again, it is one of the heart of the lubrication system or the two-line system, where it will have a pump element which goes for the wear and tear over the period of the use. In order to replace this pump element, whenever there is the maintenance comes, you need to change the, in some of the cases, you have to remove the gearbox motor to take out this pump element. But DROPSA has come out with a solution wherein you need to replace only the screw which is connected with the pump element, and you can replace with the new one. This takes only the minimal time for the replacement of the pump element. Again, when it comes to the changeover valve, which we are going to use to convert from single output into the two outputs with a 4x2 valve, that comes with, again, it's a direct coupling to the pump. And again, when it comes to the replacement of during the maintenance, is having a very less time. As I mentioned, even for the two-line distributors, DROPSA is having a modular technology with individual elements that can be connected from the 2 to 8 outlets. And even we can vary the output of the individual element depending on the bearing sizes. This is how it shows where you have a monoblock. When you want to replace this monoblock during the maintenance, you have to take out the entire distributor and you have to remove the tube lines. But in the modular technology, there is no need to disturb the existing main lines and the feed lines. You have to just replace the elements which goes for the maintenance of the replacement. The next trend with air oil system, as we know, we are shifting from the grease lubrication to the air oil system, which is having a major advantage when it comes to the usage over a time. The first advantage is it is a lubricant consumption. In case of the grease, when you supply the grease to the bearing, it may not be utilized 100%. But in case of air oil system, since it is going to be supplied with the help of the air as an aerosol, that creates a lubrication to your bearings and also the air which cools the bearing and escapes out. And this makes your bearings will have a guaranteed lubrication whenever we supply this aerosol. Then bearing housing is always pressurized with a air oil. So this prevents the contamination when you supply the grease with a traditional system. The reduction of the downtime and again maintenance cost. The system can be customizedly designed and also it is going to be environmental friendly because there is no any disposing of the grease or the oil in the air oil system. So these are the technical things which I think this we can discuss maybe during the half-line, where how we can design this air oil system by considering the oil consumption and what is the air consumption which is required depending on the number of bearings. The major components when it comes to the air oil lubrication system, which is having a main oil station, which comes with an oil reservoir of say 100 liters or 500 liters depending on the number of points. And again, air oil satellite panel, this we used to make to group the number of stands to lubricate. Then the splitter tubes or the splitter blocks which connects to the bearings when the outputs comes from the satellite panels. This is how the main principle of operating principle of air oil system. You have a main oil station, and from there we are going to connect with a number of satellite panels depending on how we are going to group the stands. And from there we supply the compressed air to the satellite panels. And from the satellite panels we'll take the output to the splitter tubes or the splitter blocks depending on the design of the bearing. And that goes to the oil discharge to the respective bearing. This is an explanation of individual main oil station, air oil systems, splitter tubes, and the oil discharge. This air oil system is controlled with a centralized control system that can be connected to your DCS via Profibus connection. And the satellites will be connected with the 24-volt DC supply. And from there, we are going to take the output to the control panel. And from the control panel, you are going to take the output to your main DCS. So these are the piping requirements generally when it starts from the main oil system till the end of the bearing. This is how typically it looks like the main oil station, which is having a one working pump and one standby pump.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir. Could you please speed it up a bit?
And control panel, as it comes with a Siemens with required voltages. Then another advantage of having this control panel, this is a satellite panel, how it looks, which is having a main oil distributor with a progressive divider, and again air oil sensor, and from there it goes to the mixing valve, and from the mixing valve we are going to take to the splitter tubes or the splitter blocks. These are the splitter tubes which comes with the 2, 4, 6, 8 outlets. Depending on number of bearings, we are going to decide the splitter blocks. and this will be mounted on the stands. This controller generally drops of what is supplied. It comes with a modem connected with EVAN technology, wherein you can access this program from the remote, and you can attend the anything which you want to make the correction in the control panel, that we can do it remotely anywhere from the world. These are one major satisfied customers, particularly from the steel industries in India. Once again, thank you very much for the last moment which you have included and giving an opportunity for us to explore the lubrication business from DRAPSA. Thank you. So if you have any questions, please.
Is there any question? Anyway, the presentation will be widely circulated among the members.
Okay.
Yeah, you will get questions from.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah. So, without wasting much time, let us move on to the next part of the session. Right now, I would request session chair to kindly brief us about the presentations. Yes, sir. Please. Yeah.
सबको नमस्कार. Thank you, RMOC team, for giving me opportunity to chair the presentation of all manufacturers. Nice presentation given by all the manufacturers. Symphony AI is an enterprise AI company operating in such a power, oil, and gas with 900 employees in India. They provide AI drives predictive insight for process optimization through their Iris platform. A chat GPT like industries LLM. They demonstrated IT OT intergeneration and use cases like silicon prediction in blast furnaces and defect reduction in wire automobile. Loctile CM Corporation, a global works with JSW, Tata, and Mittal. They specialize in assembly and maintenance solution, including thread locking, seals, composite pipes, repair and coating of tanks used in water, acid and slurry application with 120 plus industries application. Shanti Gear, part of the Murugappa group, has been manufacturing since 1969 and operates in 18th centuries. They produces gearboxes for crane application, AOD vessels, wire rods, sinter plants, and torpedoes, supplying to JSW, SAIL, and OEMs. Bharat Rolls, a leading Indian roll manufacturers, has been in business for 50 years, producing adamant, high-speed and high-speed steel rolls up to 30 tons with a focus of meticulously quality control for flats and longs. Infinite uptime provides AI drive data and analysis using IoT sensors and cloud-based solution. They have automated 550 plants, improving the prediction accuracy and main machine interface with zero risk OpEx models, beneficiating rolling mills, cranes, and other industrial automation and application. Thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you, sir, for your insights. Now, we would invite all the speakers on to the stage. I would also invite CGM USM HK Patak sir, as well as Shailendra Kumar sir, CGM WRM and Bar Mill, to give a token of appreciation to all the speakers. Thank you, sir. Yeah. So the first presentation was from Symphony AI. Sir, yeah, would you, sir? Yeah. You. Please come, sir. Yeah. Sir, yeah. You. Yeah. No, sir, only 5 teams. Yeah. Sir, throw some please. Yeah, representatives of Symphony AI. Next. Loctite CM Corporation. Loctite. Are you here? Yeah, please come. Please come on stage. We don't have much time. Next is Shandy Gears. Shandy Gears. Next, Bharat Rolls. Yeah, both of you. Yeah. Next, Bharat Rolls. Next, Infinite Uptime. Infinite Uptime, yeah. Next, we have Dropsa as well. Dropsa. Yeah, please come. Dropsa. Yeah. No, no, one more. How many? How many? Yeah. No, sir. Yeah. Dropsa. Yeah. Now I would request all the dignitaries on the stage to give a token of appreciation to our session chair. Yeah, please. Sir. Yeah, together you can give. Yeah, that would be great. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you. Thanks a lot, sir. Yeah. Now,
स्टील प्लांट में आपका स्वागत है.
Yeah. Now, see, in the second half, we are going to have a planned visit. So there is a safety briefing. I would request Mr. A. Naskar to provide, to give the safety briefing. Yeah, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Anshuman Naskar, Manager Safety from Safety Engineering Department, SAIL-ISP Burnpur. There is a small briefing about the safety of our visitors who are getting entered in our plant. So it's a small, very small. It's a 1.5 minute video. Just see it and Be safe.
इसको स्टील प्लांट में इसको स्टील प्लांट में आपका स्वागत है। सुरक्षा का रखें ध्यान, नियमों का करें सम्मान। सुरक्षा के साथ समझौता, मतलब दुर्घटनाओं को न्योता। है संयंत्र के अंदर सुरक्षा में सुधार लाने और सुरक्षा नियमों का कड़ाई से पालन सुनिश्चित करने के लिए शून्य सहनशीलता सुरक्षा नियम अपनाया गया है। आपको सलाह दी जाती है कि सुरक्षा बेल्ट का उपयोग किए बिना 4 पहिया वाहन न चलाएं। कृपया करके प्लांट के अंदर गाड़ी चलाते समय या सड़क पार करते समय अथवा सीढ़ियां चढ़ते या उतरते समय मोबाइल फोन का उपयोग न करें। बिना क्रैश हेलमेट के 2 पहिया वाहन न चलाए। चिन स्ट्रेप का उपयोग करे। 2 पहिया वाहन पर 3 सवारी न बैठे। संयंत्र के अंदर निर्धारित गति सीमा में ही वाहन चलाए। 35 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटा हल्के वाहनों के लिए और 25 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटा भारी वाहनों के लिए अधिकतम गति सीमा है। अधिक जानकारी के लिए शून्य सहनशीलता सुरक्षा नियम पढ़े या स्वागत कक्ष से संपर्क करें। ध्यान रहे कि आप निगरानी में हैं। हम आपकी सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करना चाहते हैं। सुरक्षा के प्रति आपका सहयोग वांछनीय है। आए आप और हम मिलकर इसको स्टील प्लांट को और सुरक्षित बनाएं।
So thank you and be safe, stay safe.
Hello. Next we have the formulation of recommendations, but we will not go to the detail because we have collected all the recommendations from the participants. Thank you participants for giving the recommendations, and we will follow up. RMSC Secretariat will follow up all the recommendations. There are 44 recommendations, but I think some more recommendations will be there. So I will make an editable Google sheet where you can add the recommendations. I have a special request for Shailendra Kumar sir and Pathak sir. In this 44 recommendations, there is no recommendations from ISP steel plant, which is the hosting plant. So I request ISP participants to update the recommendations which can be implemented in ISP, because this is a hosting plant and we must learn most of this, but the participants are busy in the meeting. So I recommend this, so I conclude this formulation of a recommendation session. Next is vote of thanks. So I requesting some participants to give some feedback and tell about this meeting. I request Bala sir to come and say something.
Yeah, the hall is empty, I think. Very few participants are there. Audible, right? It is well organized committee conference and there is a good sharing. The only part I would add on, the all steel plants which are been participating can actually share much. They only showed only tip of iceberg. Because I also work in Tata Steel. What they showed was only 10% of what they know. So this committee has to become more sharing, because we want to be a competitive compared to China, right? We want to be a lowest cost steel maker. We want to be more efficient and sustainable steel plant. So if all companies within the country, if they don't share, then we are going to remain what we are. And how long government will keep on protecting prices? So those are not going to happen. Only people from Tata Steel, Uday, तुम लोग है ना, सुन रहे हो ना बात, है ना? JSWG is there, Tata Steel is there, AMNS is there, only three guys. So you please pass on to their organization, share the best practices. Don't hide things. It's only more of sharing. The whole purpose of this committee is only to build, was it, I think, when it started. So if that intent is not happening, only it is like a normal presentation, sharing some kaizens, some shared better, but it is more like, so this is what I feel, sir.
Thank you. Balaraju, sir.
Otherwise, organizing things, ISCO, they have set a benchmark in terms of amenities, food, transportation. That's fantastic. I think there are nothing to give feedback on that part.
Please give a big hand to ISCO Steel Plant. They have organized this event very nicely and very good. So any other feedback? Okay, let us conclude the... please come, please.
Hello everyone. RMOC is a great platform. Each and everything was good, but I just want to give a feedback. Because the time is very limited, so the plants won't be able to share the best practices. We have to go through the slide very early. So I think some time should be more so that best practices can be explained a bit in more understanding way. Because many plants shares many things, but understanding each and everything in a bit short of time is very difficult.
So we will share all these slides with all the participants. There is no issue. We always share. We will also share the techno-economic parameters with all participants.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Everything was good.
Okay, thank you very much. We will assembly at 2:30 or 2:40 at the outside for the plant visit. So thank you. You have a lunch in the dining room. Thank you all. Thank you, sirs.